Eric Sanders had been a park ranger for exactly 4 months and 13 days when he discovered the pattern. And in that moment of discovery, staring at the incident report spread across his desk, dates highlighted in yellow, names circled in red, he understood that his training at the National Park Service Academy had prepared him for wildlife encounters, medical emergencies, search and rescue protocols, but absolutely nothing for the truth written in these files. 7 people had vanished from Sequoia National Park's giant forest since 1942. All women of Asian descent. All disappeared on December 7th. All last seen near the General Sherman tree. And today was December 6th, 2018. And Luna Griffin, a Japanese-American photographer from San Francisco who'd checked in yesterday for a 3-day solo camping trip, was somewhere in the giant forest right now. Her permit showing she planned to photograph the General Sherman at sunrise tomorrow. December 7th, 76 years to the day after Pearl Harbor, after the internments began, after everything went wrong. Sanders pushed his chair back from the desk, hands shaking slightly as he pulled out his phone and opened the park database. He'd found the pattern by accident, filing paperwork for a routine lost hiker case when he'd noticed an old file from December 2011 marked "Cold Case Presumed Dead." Catherine Tanaka, age 32, amateur botanist, vanished December 7th near General Sherman. The file had been sparse. Last seen at 5:47 a.m. by another camper who'd been photographing sunrise at the massive tree. Tanaka had been setting up her equipment to collect samples from the forest floor. When the photographer returned 40 minutes later, Tanaka's gear was still there. Sample bags, field notebook, backpack. But Tanaka herself had vanished. Search teams had combed the area for 3 weeks. K9 units, helicopters, even thermal imaging. Nothing. It was as if she'd simply ceased to exist. Sanders had been curious about the December 7th date, Pearl Harbor Day, a date that resonated in American history. He'd searched the database for other incidents on that date, expecting to find nothing, perhaps one coincidence. Instead, he'd found 6 more cases, each more disturbing than the last, stretching back 76 years like tombstones in a graveyard. He'd spent 4 hours pulling files, cross-referencing dates, building a timeline that made his skin crawl with each new connection. All the victims had been women of Asian descent, Japanese, Chinese, Korean. All had disappeared from within a 1-mile radius of the General Sherman tree. All vanished on December 7th. And all the searches had ended the same way. No body recovered. No resolution. Cases eventually filed as presumed dead. 1942, Keiko Yamamoto, Park Service employee, age 24, 1957. Mary Yoshida, tourist, age 41, 1973. Susan Nakamura, researcher, age 29, 1988. Jennifer Kim, hiker, age 36, 1996. Patricia Wong, photographer, age 27, 2003. Lisa Chen, college student, age 22, 2011. Catherine Tanaka, botanist, age 32. All Japanese, Chinese, or Korean descent. All disappeared without trace on December 7th, all near the same location. The General Sherman tree, the largest tree on Earth, a giant sequoia standing 275 feet tall, over 36 feet in diameter at the base, estimated to be 2,300 years old. And now Luna Griffin was scheduled to be there at sunrise tomorrow. December 7th, 2018. Sanders grabbed his Garmin InReach Explorer Plus, his Motorola radio, and his jacket. He'd only been a ranger since August, fresh out of the academy, eager to prove himself. Assigned to Sequoia because he'd scored high on the ecology exam and mentioned California as his preferred placement. His supervisor, District Ranger Patricia Morse, had been skeptical of his youth, his inexperience, his enthusiasm. "Book learning doesn't prepare you for real situations," she'd said during his first week. "Experience does, and you don't have any." She was right. But he had this pattern, these files, and less than 12 hours to find Luna Griffin before she became the 8th name on the list. He tried calling Morse's cell phone. Voicemail. Left a message. "Chief, this is Sanders. I found something in the archives. Pattern of disappearances, all December 7th, all near General Sherman. We have a camper out there right now, Luna Griffin. Scheduled to be at that exact location tomorrow morning. I'm heading out to find her, bring her in for safety. Call me back. Sanders checked his equipment. GPS with full battery, satellite communicator, first aid kit, bear spray, headlamp, emergency beacon. His phone showed Luna Griffin's Instagram account. Her last post from 6 hours ago showed the giant forest at sunset. Caption reading, "Camping under giants tonight, tomorrow morning. General Sherman sunrise shoot. Can't wait." The post had been geotagged. Sanders pulled up the coordinates on his GPS. 36.5819 degree N, 118.75 16 degree ons W. About 3 miles into the giant forest, near Crescent Meadow. If he left now, he could reach her camp by 8 p.m., convince her to evacuate, prevent whatever happened on December 7th from happening again. He started his truck and headed toward the giant forest trailhead as winter darkness fell over Sequoia National Park. The elevation here was 6,400 feet, December temperatures dropping into the 20s after sunset. Snow dusted the ground between massive sequoia trunks, each tree a living cathedral, some of them standing since before the Roman Empire. Sanders had loved the sequoias since his first visit as a child. The sheer scale of them, the age, the sense that these trees had witnessed all of human history and would witness centuries more. Now, driving past them in darkness, they felt different. Not protective, but watchful. Not ancient, but patient. Waiting for something. He parked at the trailhead at 7:47 p.m. and started hiking, his headlamp cutting a narrow beam through darkness so complete it felt solid. The trail to Crescent Meadow was well maintained, wide and clear, but 3 miles in mountain darkness felt longer. His GPS showed him moving steadily toward Griffin's coordinates, elevation gradually increasing. At 8:23 p.m., he saw light ahead. A camping lantern, warm and electric, hanging from a tree branch. Luna Griffin's tent was a quality 3-season model, properly staked, rainfly secured. Her camp was neat, organized, professional. A woman who knew what she was doing in backcountry. "Ms. Griffin?" Sanders called out, not wanting to startle her. "Park Service, I need to speak with you." Movement inside the tent, then the zipper opened and a woman emerged. Mid-30s, Japanese-American, athletic build, wearing a down jacket and wool hat. She looked confused, but not alarmed. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "My permit's valid through the 9th. "Nothing's wrong with your permit," Sanders said. "But I need you to pack up and come back to the ranger station tonight. There's a situation." "What kind of situation? Bear activity? Weather warning?" How did he explain this? How did he tell her that 7 women who looked like her had vanished from this area on December 7th across 76 years? That he'd found a pattern no one else had noticed? That she was scheduled to photograph the General Sherman at sunrise tomorrow, which was December 7th? That something was very wrong here? "There's been a pattern of incidents at General Sherman on December 7th, he said carefully. "I think it would be safer if you came back tonight, rescheduled your sunrise photography for another day." Griffin frowned. "Incidents? What kind of incidents?" "Disappearances. 7 people since 1942, all on December 7th, all women of Asian descent, all near the General Sherman tree." Her expression shifted from confusion to concern to something harder. Anger, maybe, or frustration. "Are you seriously telling me to leave because of some statistical coincidence about Asian women? Do you know how that sounds?" Sanders felt heat rise in his face. She was right. It sounded exactly like racial profiling, like paranoid pattern seeking. "I understand how it sounds, but I have the files. 7 cases, identical circumstances. December 7th is tomorrow. You're planning to be at General Sherman at sunrise tomorrow. I'm asking you, as a park ranger concerned for your safety, to please postpone." "No," Griffin said flatly. "I drove 5 hours, hiked 3 miles, I have permits, and I'm shooting that tree at sunrise. If there's a legitimate safety concern, active bear, unstable weather, trail damage, then tell me. But 7 women disappeared across 76 years isn't a legitimate safety concern. That's superstition. Miss Griffin, am I breaking any park regulations?" "No, but..." Then, with respect, Ranger, I'm staying. You can file whatever report you need to file. But I'm not leaving because of some pattern you think you found in old paperwork. Sanders stood there, feeling his inexperience like a weight. A veteran ranger would know how to handle this, would have authority, gravitas, the ability to convince someone that danger was real even when it sounded impossible. But he was 24 years old, 4 months on the job, and Griffin was looking at him with the patient exasperation of someone dealing with an overzealous rookie. "At least let me camp nearby," he said. "If something does happen, you'll have immediate help." Griffin considered this. "You want to stay up all night babysitting me because of a statistical anomaly? I want to make sure you're safe. That's my job." She sighed. "Fine. Set up wherever, but I'm hiking to General Sherman at 5:30 a.m., and I'm shooting that sunrise with or without your blessing." Sanders set up his emergency bivvy 50 yards from Griffin's tent, close enough to respond quickly but far enough to give her privacy. He radioed into the station, got night dispatcher Rodriguez, who sounded bored and skeptical when Sanders explained the situation. "So you're camping in the giant forest because of a pattern you found in 70-year-old files? Sanders, did Chief Morse approve this?" "I left her a message." "Uh-huh. Well, your GPS tracker shows you're at Crescent Meadow. Stay safe, stay warm, and try not to let your imagination run wild out there." The radio went silent. Sanders sat in his bivvy, watching Griffin's camp through the trees, feeling foolish and young and certain he was missing something. The pattern was real. 7 disappearances, all December 7th, all the same location. That wasn't coincidence, that was design. Purpose. Pattern. But what kind of threat operated on an annual schedule? What took women specifically of Asian descent, specifically from this location, specifically on the anniversary of Pearl Harbor? Sanders pulled out his phone, barely any signal, but enough to load Wikipedia. He searched December 7th, 1941 Sequoia National Park, and found general information about how the park had operated during WO2. Reduced staff, some areas closed, resources diverted to war effort. Nothing unusual. He tried Japanese-American Sequoia National Park 1942 and found something more interesting. A brief mention in a National Park Service historical archive that several Japanese-American employees had been removed from their positions in early 1942 following Executive Order 9066, which had authorized the internment of Japanese Americans. They'd been sent to camps, most to Manzanar, about 60 miles east of Sequoia. Sanders felt his stomach tighten. The first disappearance had been in December 1942. Keiko Yamamoto, Park Service employee. What if she hadn't disappeared? What if she'd been sent to an internment camp and the record had been filed incorrectly? He searched for Keiko Yamamoto Manzanar and found nothing. Tried Keiko Yamamoto internment and got a single result. A scanned document from the National Archives, a death certificate. Keiko Yamamoto, age 24, died December 7, 1942 at Manzanar War Relocation Center. Cause of death: exposure. Exposure. In an internment camp. On the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor. Sanders searched deeper, his phone battery draining as he pulled up article after article about Manzanar. The camp had held over 10,000 Japanese Americans at its peak, families ripped from their homes and businesses, forced to live in tar paper barracks in the Owens Valley desert. Conditions had been harsh: extreme heat in summer, bitter cold in winter, inadequate food and medical care. And on December 7, 1942, the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor, there had been riots. Guards had fired into crowds. Several internees had died, including Keiko Yamamoto, a former Sequoia Park employee who'd frozen to death after fleeing into the December night to escape violence. Sanders set down his phone, hands trembling. Keiko Yamamoto hadn't disappeared from Sequoia. She'd been taken from Sequoia, sent to Manzanar, and died there. But the pattern started with her. The first disappearance in the files was December 7, 1942, the same day Keiko died 60 miles away. What if the others weren't random? What if they were connected to her somehow? He pulled up the list again, searching for each name with manzanar or internment. Found nothing conclusive, but found something else. A photograph from 1941, a Sequoia National Park employee group photo. And there, second from left in the back row, was a young Japanese woman with kind eyes and a ranger uniform. The caption identified her as Keiko Yamamoto, seasonal naturalist. Sanders zoomed in on her face. She looked happy in the photo, proud. A year before Executive Order 9066, a year before her world ended. A sound cut through his thoughts. A scream, high and sharp from the direction of Luna Griffin's tent. Sanders burst out of his bivvy, headlamp swinging wildly, and ran toward her camp. "Griffin, Luna, are you okay?" Her tent was zipped shut, lantern still burning inside, casting shadows on the nylon. Sanders could see movement, thrashing, violent. "Griffin!" He reached for the zipper, yanked it open. The tent was empty. No sleeping bag, no gear, no Luna Griffin. Just the lantern hanging from the ceiling loop, swaying slightly. But Sanders had just heard her scream, had seen the shadows moving, had watched someone thrashing inside. His radio crackled with static, then a voice, Luna Griffin's voice. "Help me, please. It's so cold. I can't feel my hands. Please, someone help me." Sanders grabbed his radio. "Griffin, this is Sanders. What's your location?" "I don't know," her voice said, layered with static and something else. Wind, maybe, or crying. "I was in my tent, and then I wasn't. I'm somewhere else, somewhere cold. There are buildings, but they're wrong, they're old, and there's a woman, oh God. There's a woman standing in front of me, and she's..." The transmission cut off. Sanders spun in a circle, headlamp beam cutting through giant sequoias, seeing nothing but trees and snow and darkness. Where was she? Her voice had sounded close, intimate, like she was using a handheld radio, but her tent was empty. Her gear was gone. Her footprints in the snow led away from camp, but only for 10 feet before they simply stopped, as if she'd been lifted into the air. His GPS showed 11:47 p.m., still December 6th. The disappearances happened on December 7th. He still had time. "Griffin," he shouted into the forest. "Luna Griffin, respond." No answer except wind through the sequoia canopy, a sound like breathing. Sanders tried his radio again, cycling through all frequencies. Nothing but static. He tried his satellite communicator. No signal, which shouldn't be possible with clear sky overhead. He tried his cell phone. No service. He was alone in the giant forest with a missing camper and no communication. Training said, establish a search perimeter, mark last known position, call for backup, follow protocol. But protocol didn't account for footprints that ended in midair. Protocol didn't explain voices on radios from people who'd vanished. Protocol was for normal emergencies, and this was not normal. Sanders forced himself to think. Luna Griffin had screamed. Her tent had shown movement. Then she'd disappeared, and her voice had come through his radio saying she was somewhere cold. Somewhere with old buildings, somewhere with a woman. Cold. Old buildings. A woman. Manzanar. The internment camp. Keiko Yamamoto. But that was impossible. Manzanar was 60 miles away and had been abandoned since 1945. Luna Griffin couldn't be there. This was shock, confusion, his mind making connections that weren't real. His headlamp flickered. Went out. Came back on, but dimmer now, the beam yellowed and weak. Sanders smacked it with his palm, a gesture that accomplished nothing but made him feel less helpless. When the light stabilized, he saw her, a woman standing 30 feet away, visible in the headlamp beam. Asian features, mid-20s, wearing a 1940s-era park ranger uniform that hung on her too thin frame. Her face was pale, almost luminescent. Her hair was long and black, hanging forward to partially obscure her features. And she was staring directly at Sanders with eyes that reflected his headlamp beam like an animal's eyes, but wrong. The reflection was white, not the yellow-green of eyeshine. "Keiko Yamamoto?" Sanders whispered. The woman tilted her head, movement too smooth, too fluid. When she spoke, her voice was Luna Griffin's. "Help me. Please, it's so cold." Then she turned and walked into the forest. moving between sequoia trunks, her gait stilted like someone relearning how to walk after injury. Every survival instinct Sanders possessed screamed at him not to follow. But Luna Griffin was out there somewhere, and this thing, whatever it was, had her voice, which meant it was connected to her disappearance. He followed. The woman moved steadily through the giant forest, her pale form visible ahead even when Sanders's headlamp flickered. She didn't look back, didn't acknowledge him, just walked with that strange gait toward some destination only she knew. Sanders tried to mark his path, breaking branches, dropping small items from his pack. But when he looked back, the markers were gone, or the path had changed, or he was somehow walking in a direction that didn't match his GPS. The device showed him moving east, but the terrain suggested south, and his compass spun uselessly. Reality felt thin here, negotiable. The giant sequoias looked the same but subtly wrong. Bark patterns he didn't recognize, branch configurations that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The snow on the ground appeared fresh, but his boots left no prints. Time felt elastic. His watch showed 11:52 p.m., then 11:49 p.m., then midnight, numbers jumping randomly. The woman in the ranger uniform stopped ahead, standing at the edge of a clearing Sanders didn't remember from the trail maps. In the center of the clearing stood a structure that absolutely should not exist. A wooden building, single-story tar paper roof, the architectural style of 1940s military construction. It looked exactly like photographs Sanders had seen of Manzanar Barracks. But this was Sequoia National Park, not Owens Valley. This was 3 miles from Crescent Meadow, not 60 miles east at an abandoned internment camp. The woman gestured toward the building, her movement jerky like a film skipping frames. Then she opened her mouth and a sound emerged that made Sanders' teeth ache. A scream that contained multiple voices, decades of voices, all screaming in unison. The sound peaked, held for an impossible duration without breath, then stopped. In the silence that followed, Sanders heard crying from inside the building. He approached slowly, every nerve firing warnings, his hand on the bear spray canister, even though he knew it would be useless against whatever this was. The building's door hung open, interior dark except for a faint light source Sanders couldn't identify. Inside he found Luna Griffin. She sat on the floor of what appeared to be a barracks room. Bare wooden walls, a small potbelly stove in the corner, cots arranged in rows. She was shivering violently, her lips blue, frost forming on her jacket, despite the stove glowing with heat that Sanders couldn't feel. "Griffin," he said, rushing to her. "Luna, can you hear me? We need to get you out of here." She looked at him with eyes that didn't quite focus. "I can't leave. She won't let me. She says I have to understand first. Have to feel what she felt. December 7th. Every year she comes back and she takes someone who looks like her and makes them feel it. The cold, the fear, the betrayal. She was American, you know, born in Sacramento, worked for the Park Service, loved these trees. Then they came for her, took her to Manzanar, and on the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor, when the riots started, she ran into the desert, died of exposure, froze to death alone while guards shot at shadows." Sanders pulled off his jacket, wrapped it around Griffin. She was hypothermic, dangerously so, despite the ambient temperature being above freezing outside. "We're leaving. Now. Can you walk?" "She's here," Griffin whispered. "She's always here. This is where she died. Not Manzanar. Here." She came back, walked all the way back from the camp 60 miles through December cold, walked until she reached her trees and died here. Under the General Sherman. They never found her body. She's still here, still frozen, still angry. Movement in Sanders' peripheral vision. The woman in the ranger uniform stood in the doorway, blocking their exit. Up close, Sanders could see details he'd missed. Her skin wasn't pale, it was frost. Ice crystals covering her like a shell. Her eyes weren't reflecting light, they were producing it. A cold white glow. And her hair wasn't just long, it was growing, extending down her back and across the floor like black vines, spreading toward Luna Griffin. "You understand nothing," the thing said, and its voice was cold incarnate winter-given speech. You see patterns and files, but you don't see pain. 7 decades I have walked these trees, and 7 times I have taken one who looks like me, who might have understood what was taken from me. But they don't understand. They never understand. They're free, comfortable, American in ways I never got to be. So I make them feel it. The cold, the fear, the dying alone in a place that should have been home. Sanders stepped between the thing and Griffin. Keiko Yamamoto, that's your name. You were a ranger here. You loved these trees. They took that from you. But Luna Griffin didn't. These other women didn't. They're innocent. I was innocent, the thing hissed. I was American. I wore this uniform with pride. I guided children through the giant forest. I taught them about sequoias, about ecosystems, about preservation. And they took me to a desert prison and let me freeze because of my grandmother's birthplace. Where is the justice? Where is the understanding? Where is the punishment for those who destroyed my life? They're gone, Sanders said, his voice shaking but determined. Everyone responsible for the internment is dead. The politicians who signed Executive Order 9066, the generals who built the camps, the guards who watched the wire, all dead. The camp is closed. It's been a National Historic Site since 1992, preserved as a reminder of what we did wrong. Executive Order 9066 was formally rescinded. There were reparations in 1988, 46 years late, but they came. President Reagan apologized on behalf of the nation. The government acknowledged that internment was wrong, unjust, based on race prejudice and war hysteria. Justice is imperfect, and it came too late for you, but it came. You're punishing people who had nothing to do with what happened to you. People who weren't even born when you died. The thing's hair spread further across the floor like black water, strands wrapping around Griffin's ankles with the slow inevitability of vines reclaiming a structure. Justice is cold comfort to the frozen. Apologies are empty words to the empty dead. Do you know what it's like to die of exposure, young ranger? Your extremities go numb first. Fingers, toes, nose, ears. You stop feeling pain and start feeling nothing, which is somehow worse. Your thinking becomes confused. You make poor decisions. You start to feel warm even though you're freezing, and you want to remove your clothes because the cold has become heat in your dying brain. I walked 60 miles through December desert, through mountain passes, trying to get back to my trees, to my home, to the one place I'd felt belonging. And I died within sight of them. So close I could smell the sequoia bark. Close enough to touch if I'd had just one more mile of strength. I died reaching for home, and America, the country I'd pledged allegiance to, the country I'd served in uniform. America killed me as surely as if they'd shot me themselves. The thing's hair spread further, black strands wrapping around Griffin's ankles. Justice is cold comfort to the frozen. Apologies are empty words to the empty dead. I take what was taken from me. Futures, warmth, belonging. Every December 7th, I remind America what it did. Every year, I make one person feel what I felt. It's not enough, it will never be enough, but it's all I have. Sanders felt the temperature dropping, frost forming on his breath, his extremities going numb. The building around them was changing, walls becoming translucent, and through them, Sanders could see both the giant forest and somewhere else. A desert valley, rows of tar paper barracks, guard towers, searchlights cutting through December darkness. 2 places existing simultaneously, separated by 60 miles and 76 years, but connected by grief and cold and injustice. Luna Griffin was fading, her skin taking on that same frost-covered quality as Keiko's manifestation. She was being consumed, transformed, added to whatever this entity had become. Sanders did the only thing he could think of. He pulled out his phone, found the photograph he'd downloaded earlier. The 1941 park employee photo showing a young, smiling Keiko Yamamoto in her ranger uniform, proud and happy and alive. "This is you," he said, holding the phone toward the manifestation. "Before the camps, before the cold, this is who you were. Keiko Yamamoto, seasonal naturalist, age 24. You loved these trees. You wanted to protect them. That person, That ranger, she wouldn't do this. She wouldn't hurt innocent people. She wouldn't become the thing that destroyed her. The manifestation looked at the photograph, and for a moment its features softened, became more human. I remember her, that girl. She believed in fairness, in duty, in service. She thought if she worked hard and followed rules and loved this country, it would love her back. She was naive, foolish. She died learning better. She died, Sanders agreed. But you're still here. You're not Keiko Yamamoto anymore. You're what hate created. You're the same injustice you suffered, just wearing a different face. And that girl in this photograph would be ashamed of what you've become. The thing screamed. The sound breaking glass that didn't exist, shattering ice, fracturing reality itself. The barracks building dissolved, the desert camp faded, and they were back in the giant forest, surrounded by ancient sequoias, Luna Griffin gasping on the ground as warmth returned to her body. But the manifestation remained, its form less solid now, more suggestion than substance. It looked at Sanders with those glowing eyes and spoke in a voice that held centuries of sorrow. You're right. She would be ashamed. I am ashamed. But I don't know how to stop. The cold is all I remember. The anger is all I feel. Every December 7th, I wake to it again. And I need to share it. Need someone else to understand. Need to be remembered, Sanders finished. Not for how you died, but for how you lived. Keiko Yamamoto, ranger, naturalist, guardian of these trees. That's who deserves to be remembered. The manifestation reached toward him with a hand that was more frost than flesh. Will you remember? Will anyone remember past the camps, past the cold, past the dying? Will anyone remember the girl who loved these trees? Yes, Sanders said. I promise. I'll make sure people know. I'll put a plaque here at General Sherman. Not about the disappearances, but about you. Keiko Yamamoto, park ranger who gave her life in service to Sequoia. People will see it every day. They'll remember. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the manifestation began to fade. Frost sublimating to vapor, vapor to nothing. As it disappeared, Sanders heard a final whisper. Thank you. Let me rest now. Let me be warm. Then she was gone, and they were alone in the giant forest with dawn beginning to gray the eastern sky. Luna Griffin sat up slowly, confused and disoriented. What happened? I remember setting up camp, then nothing until I was somewhere cold, and then you were there, and... You were hypothermic, Sanders said, the lie forming easily. Onset was rapid, probably altitude affecting your body differently than expected. I got you to an emergency shelter, got you warmed up. You're going to be okay. It was easier to lie than to try explaining the truth. Griffin was alive, safe, and would never need to know about vengeful spirits or temporal displacement or the price of historical injustice. They hiked back to the trailhead as the sun rose, painting the sequoias gold and red. Sanders radioed in, reported that he'd found Griffin experiencing medical distress and was bringing her to the ranger station for evaluation. His supervisor would be angry about unauthorized overnight camping, but that was a problem for later. At the station, after Griffin had been checked by EMTs and released with instructions to hydrate and rest, Chief Ranger Morse pulled Sanders into her office. You want to explain what the hell you were doing out there? She demanded. Sanders explained about the pattern he'd found, the 7 disappearances, his concern for Griffin's safety. Morse listened with an expression that shifted from anger to concern to something thoughtful. I've been here 12 years, she said finally. I knew about those cold cases. Never saw the pattern because I never looked for it. December 7th. Always December 7th. She paused. There's something you should know. In 1943, the Park Service dedicated a memorial grove to employees who served in World War II. But there was one name that was supposed to be included and wasn't, Keiko Yamamoto. She died in December 1942, technically an employee death in the line of service. But because she died at Manzanar, they didn't include her. Didn't want to draw attention to the internment. It was erased from official record. Sanders felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature, Can we change that? Can we add her name now? Morse considered this. It would require going through channels, historical review, approval from the National Park Service. Could take years. Or, Sanders said, we could do it quietly. A small memorial plaque, just acknowledging her service. Nothing official, just remembering. Morse looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. You draft the text, I'll approve it. We'll install it before next December. Sanders spent the next week researching Keiko Yamamoto's life with an intensity that surprised even him. He contacted the National Archives requesting files on Manzanar internees. He reached out to Japanese American historical societies, to descendant communities, to anyone who might have information about a young woman who'd worked for the Park Service in 1940, 1942. He found records of her birth in Sacramento on March 15, 1918. Found her high school yearbook photo, her graduation announcement in the Sacramento Bee. She'd been valedictorian, had studied biology at the University of California, had written her senior thesis on giant sequoia ecology. The Park Service had hired her in June 1940 as a seasonal naturalist, a prestigious position for a woman at that time, especially a Japanese-American woman. He found letters she'd written to friends, preserved in archives. In one dated October 1941, she wrote, I lead tours through the giant forest almost every day now. The visitors, especially the children, are so curious, so eager to learn. Yesterday, a little boy asked me how old the General Sherman is, and when I told him perhaps 2,300 years, he couldn't comprehend it. I told him this tree was alive during the Roman Empire, and his eyes went wide. These moments are why I do this work. These trees deserve protection, deserve reverence, and helping people understand that feels sacred. He found her hiring records, her performance evaluations, all excellent, her ranger certification from February 1941. He found a photograph of her standing beside the General Sherman, dwarfed by its massive trunk, her ranger hat tilted at a jaunty angle, genuine joy on her young face. This photo became his favorite. It captured who she'd been before everything went wrong, before the war, before the camps, before the dying. He found the dark turn in her story through Executive Order 9066 records. On February 19, 1942, President Roosevelt signed the order authorizing military zones from which people could be excluded. On March 24, 1942, the Park Service had terminated Keiko's employment due to national security concerns. On April 2, 1942, she'd been relocated to the Merced Assembly Center, a temporary facility where Japanese Americans were held while the permanent camps were constructed. On May 31, 1942, she'd been transferred to Manzanar. He found her death certificate from Manzanar, the sparse details. Exposure, December 7, 1942. He found evidence that she'd tried to return to Sequoia after the riots, had walked into the desert heading west, had died somewhere between the camp and the mountains she loved. He drafted memorial text, in memory of Keiko Yamamoto, 1918-1942, seasonal ranger and naturalist, who dedicated her life to the preservation of the giant forest. Her love for these ancient trees and her service to this park will not be forgotten. The plaque was installed on November 28, 2018, mounted on a boulder near the General Sherman tree. Sanders stood alone at the installation, watching workers secure it in place, and whispered, "You're remembered now, not for how you died, but for how you lived. Rest easy, Ranger Yamamoto." December 7th, 2018 came and went without incident. No disappearances, no manifestations, no cold spots or temporal anomalies. Just a normal December day in Sequoia National Park. Sanders visited the memorial plaque often over the following months, maintaining it, cleaning it, making sure it remained visible. Tourists would stop, read the inscription, sometimes take photographs. A few would comment on the dates. Quick math revealing she'd only been 24 when she died. So young, they'd say. What happened to her? And Sanders would tell them, not about the manifestation or the disappearances, but about the internment camps, about Executive Order 9066, about the injustice that had taken a young ranger from the trees she loved and killed her in a desert prison. Some listeners cried. Some thanked him for sharing the history. All of them left with a better understanding of what had been done and why it mattered to remember. Luna Griffin visited the park again in spring 2019, apologizing for not thanking Sanders properly after her medical emergency. She'd brought a gift, a photograph she'd taken of the General Sherman tree at sunrise, December 7th, 2018. The light in the image was extraordinary, golden and pure, illuminating the massive sequoia like a cathedral. "I don't remember taking this," she admitted. "My camera recorded it, but I don't remember the moment. But I'm glad it exists. It's beautiful." Sanders hung the photograph in his ranger station office, a reminder of the night reality had fractured, of the spirit he'd helped release, of the injustice he'd helped acknowledge. And sometimes, when December 7th approached each year, he'd visit the memorial plaque and spend a few minutes in silence, honoring a ranger who'd given everything for trees that would outlive them all. The giant forest stood as it always had, sequoias reaching toward the sky, roots intertwined beneath the earth, bearing witness to human joy and human sorrow, with the patient indifference of things that measure time in millennia. And somewhere in the space between wood and memory, between history and present, a young ranger finally rested, her story remembered, her service acknowledged, her love for these ancient trees eternal. Eric Sanders learned many things in his first year as a park ranger. He learned that patterns mattered, that history wasn't past, but persistent. That injustice left scars that time alone couldn't heal. That sometimes the best thing you could do was simply remember. Remember the people who came before, the wrongs they suffered, the love they gave despite everything. And he learned that the forests were older than nations, deeper than politics, and they remembered everything, holding within their rings all the joy and sorrow humans had brought to their shade across the centuries. The sequoias would stand long after Sanders retired, long after his generation passed. But as long as he drew breath, he would make sure that Keiko Yamamoto's story was told, that her service was honored, that her love for these trees was remembered. It was the least he could do, the very least. And sometimes on December 7th each year, when Sanders visited the memorial plaque, he felt warmth despite the winter cold, and smelled something impossibly far away. Not frost or death or desert, but the scent of living wood, of sequoia bark, of home. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Keiko. Douglas Mackenzie found the photograph pinned to his locker door with a rusted nail, his own face taken from an angle that suggested someone had been standing in the trees behind his cabin for weeks. In the image, barely visible in the background blur, a pale figure in white stood among the moss-draped Sitka spruces, long black hair obscuring where a face should be. The photograph was dated 3 days from now. He stood in the ranger station locker room, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, and felt his throat constrict in that familiar way. The same tightness that had plagued him since the accident 3 years ago, since Alex had slipped on ice-slicked granite and fallen into the ravine while Douglas screamed his name into wind that swallowed sound. The mandatory therapy sessions had taught him breathing techniques. None of them worked when his hands started shaking like this. Douglas pulled the photograph free, careful not to touch the nail. The image quality was poor, grainy, like it had been printed on cheap paper, but the date stamp in the corner was clear, November 18th, 2011. Today was November 15th. He turned it over. On the back, in handwriting he didn't recognize, a single word in what might have been Japanese characters. He couldn't read it, but something about the brush strokes made his stomach turn. "Mackenzie, you seen the bulletin?" Sarah Donnelly's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. She was standing in the doorway, her NPS uniform still wet from the perpetual mist that characterized the Hoh rainforest in November. "Missing hiker, 26-year-old male, 3 days overdue. Went up the Hoh River Trail solo? Your primary." Of course he was. Douglas had been avoiding overnight searches since his return to duty 6 months ago, taking only day shifts, staying close to headquarters. But Olympic National Park was short-staffed in the off-season, and his 14 years of experience, 12 before the accident, 2 after he'd finally stopped having panic attacks every time he saw a rope, made him the obvious choice. "Who is it?" His voice came out steady. Another thing therapy had taught him: fake it until the body believes the lie. Ethan Cross, software engineer from Seattle, experienced hiker. Last contact was a text to his girlfriend 4 days ago from mile marker 12. Said he was camping near the Olympus guard station ruins. Sarah handed him the file. "Weather's been clear, temp in the mid-40s. Should have been a straightforward trip." Douglas looked at the missing person's photo. Ethan Cross had dark hair, a confident smile, the kind of face that suggested someone who'd never seriously considered his own mortality. 26. The same age Alex had been. "I'll head out at first light," Douglas said, then caught himself. "Actually, I'll leave now. Those clouds coming in from the Pacific look like rain by dawn." Sarah nodded, her expression softening slightly. She knew. Everyone at the station knew about Alex, about the 6 months of medical leave, about the psychiatrist's reports that had nearly ended his career. They also knew not to mention it. Douglas packed his gear with the methodical precision of someone who'd done it 1,000 times. Garmin GPS Map 62s. He'd upgraded from his old E-Trex after the accident, needed something with better satellite acquisition in deep canyons. Motorola XPR 7550 radio, though signal would be shit once he got more than 5 miles in. First aid kit weighted for overnight trauma scenarios. Bench-made bushcrafter knife. 50 feet of sterling 9mm rope that he'd checked and rechecked 3 times before packing, because his hands still trembled when he tied knots. He left the photograph on his desk, then, after a moment's hesitation, slipped it into his jacket pocket. The Hoh rainforest at dusk existed in a permanent state of green twilight. Douglas had grown up in the Pacific Northwest, had worked Olympic National Park for over a decade, but the old-growth forest still unsettled him in ways he couldn't articulate. The Sitka spruces rose 300 feet overhead, their trunks wrapped in club moss that glowed faintly luminescent in the fading light. Sword ferns carpeted the understory in dense prehistoric abundance. Everything dripped. The air itself felt liquid, heavy with moisture that condensed on exposed skin and made breathing feel like drowning by degrees. He made good time on the maintained trail, his headlamp cutting a narrow corridor through the darkness. By 9 p.m., he'd covered 8 miles and found the first sign. Ethan Cross's name in the trail register at the junction near Elk Lake. The signature was confident, the letters well-formed. Nothing suggesting distress. Douglas continued. At mile marker 12, he found the campsite. Ethan's tent was still standing, a high-end mountain hardware backpacking model staked properly into the soft earth. No signs of animal interference, no damage to the fabric. Douglas approached slowly, every nerve ending screaming at him to turn around. The tent fly was zipped closed. He called out, "Ethan Cross, this is Park Service," and received only the sound of water dripping from a million leaves. Inside the tent, everything was organized with unnatural precision. Sleeping bag folded, camp stove disassembled and packed, food bag hung properly from a nearby branch to prevent bear access. But Ethan's phone was there, sitting on top of his sleeping pad, battery dead. His wallet, his car keys. Everything except the person himself. Douglas backed out and surveyed the area with his flashlight. No footprints leading away. The constant rain had erased any tracks older than a few hours. No blood. No signs of struggle. Just an abandoned camp that looked like its occupant had simply evaporated mid-task. Then he saw the trees. 6 Sitka spruces in a perfect circle around the campsite, each with a strip of white cloth tied around its trunk at exactly eye level. The fabric was silk, expensive, incongruous with the wilderness setting. Douglas moved closer to examine one and his breath caught. The cloth was covered in Japanese characters, hand-painted in what looked like red ink, or blood. The brushwork was identical to the character on the back of the photograph. His radio crackled. Static burst through, then Sarah's voice distorted. "Mackenzie, weather update. Storm front moving faster than..." The signal died. He tried to respond, got nothing but dead air. Normal for this terrain, but his pulse still accelerated. Douglas made camp 50 yards from Ethan's tent, following protocol. Never contaminate a potential crime scene. As he set up his own shelter, he felt it for the first time. The sensation of being watched. Not the ambient awareness of animals in the forest, but focused attention, intelligent and malevolent. He turned slowly, scanning the darkness beyond his headlamp's reach. Nothing, just moss-draped trees and the endless whisper of rain that wasn't quite falling but saturated everything anyway. Inside his tent, Douglas tried to sleep. Failed. At 2 a.m., he gave up and sat listening to the forest. The sounds were wrong. Olympic's old growth was normally alive with noise. Owls, elk, the rustle of Roosevelt deer moving through underbrush. Tonight, silence. Absolute and suffocating. His satellite messenger chirped. A text from headquarters, barely coherent through the cloud cover. Pattern, 3 previous, 1987, 1999, full moon, similar. The message cut off. He tried to reply, couldn't get a signal. 3 previous what? Disappearances. He pulled out his trail map, spreading it across his sleeping bag. If there was a pattern, he needed to know. Then he heard it. A woman's voice, singing. The melody was Japanese. He didn't understand the words, but recognized the linguistic rhythm. It came from somewhere northeast, deeper into the forest, away from the trail. Douglas unzipped his tent, stepped into the mist. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in the last hour. His breath came out in clouds, despite it being early November in a temperate rainforest where it rarely froze. His thermometer read 38 degrees, but his exposed skin burned with cold that felt arctic. The singing continued, soft and sad, threading through the trees. Every instinct told him to stay put, wait for dawn, radio for backup. But that voice, something about it pulled at him. Not seductive. Worse. Familiar. It sounded like grief, like the crying he'd done in the dark months after Alex died. The sound of someone who'd lost everything and found something terrible in the emptiness. He followed it. The forest changed as he moved off trail. The trees grew denser, their branches interlocking overhead to block even the faint moonlight. His headlamp revealed shapes that didn't quite make sense. Moss hanging in patterns that suggested figures, shadows that moved against the direction of his light. After 20 minutes of bushwhacking, he found her. She stood in a small clearing, her back to him, wearing a white kimono that glowed faintly in the darkness. Long black hair fell past her waist, so long it pooled on the forest floor. She was barefoot on the wet moss, and she shouldn't have been there. Not in November, not in the Olympic wilderness, not singing in Japanese while everything around her slowly died. Because that's what was happening. Douglas could see it even in the limited light. The sword ferns nearest her had browned and wilted. The moss had gone gray. The very air seemed to congeal around her presence. Ethan Cross? His voice came out hoarse. Are you Ethan Cross? She stopped singing. The silence that followed felt like pressure, like being underwater at depth. Douglas's ears popped. His vision swam. He reached for his radio, fumbled it, and the Motorola fell into the ferns with a muffled thud. The woman turned. He caught a glimpse of her face. Wrong, all wrong. Skin too pale, features too sharp. Eyes that were holes rather than organs. And then his training kicked in. He ran. Branches tore at his jacket. Roots grabbed at his boots. Behind him, that singing resumed, closer now, and with it came cold that burned his lungs with each breath. He crashed through the understory, his headlamp beam jerking wildly, desperately trying to find his campsite, the trail, anything familiar. He burst through a curtain of hanging moss and nearly fell over his own tent. Douglas dove inside, zipped it closed with shaking hands, knowing how useless nylon would be against whatever that thing was. His breath came in ragged gasps. His heart hammered against his ribs hard enough to hurt. The singing stopped. He waited, listening. Rain began to fall. Real rain now, drumming against the tent fly. Normal sound. Natural. He checked his watch. 3:47 a.m., hours until dawn. Something brushed against the outside of his tent. The nylon depressed inward, the shape of a hand with fingers too long, pressing against the fabric near his head. Douglas scrambled backward, pressed against the opposite wall. Every muscle locked. The hand moved, tracing down the tent wall slowly, deliberately. Then it withdrew. He sat in the darkness, too terrified to move, and waited for dawn. It came eventually, pale and gray, filtering through the canopy with agonizing slowness. When enough light penetrated the forest for him to see, Douglas emerged from his tent and found his campsite ringed with the same white silk strips he'd seen at Ethan's camp. Someone, something, had tied them to the surrounding trees while he'd cowered inside. Each one was marked with fresh red characters. He packed his gear with mechanical efficiency, the motions automatic, his mind refusing to process what he'd seen. Hallucination, hypothermia-induced psychosis, carbon monoxide from his camp stove, though he'd barely used it. Any explanation except the one his lizard brain kept screaming. You saw a ghost. You saw a Uri. You saw death walking in white. Douglas retrieved his radio from where he'd dropped it and found it crushed. The casing cracked, electronics scattered in the moss. He hadn't stepped on it. Something else had. The trail back felt longer. The forest pressed in on all sides, the trees seeming to lean inward, the moss hanging lower. He passed Ethan's abandoned campsite and forced himself to search it more thoroughly in daylight. Found nothing new. Just the organized gear of someone who'd disappeared without cause or trace. At mile marker 8, he found the second campsite. This one was old. The tent had collapsed, the poles rusted, vegetation growing through the fabric. But the arrangement was identical. Gear meticulously organized, personal effects left behind, white silk markers on the surrounding trees. Douglas checked the tent's interior, found a wallet. The driver's license inside showed a woman named Katie Yamamoto. Issue date 1999. She smiled at the camera, young and alive, not knowing she'd become another statistic in whatever pattern was playing out in this forest. He took photos with his backup camera, documented everything. His hands had stopped shaking. The terror had crystallized into something else, something colder and more focused. This wasn't random. This wasn't natural, and he was alone with it. At mile marker 4, as the maintained trail widened and civilization beckoned, Douglas found the third site. This one was ancient, barely recognizable as human habitation, but the white silk remained, faded but intact, impossible preservation, suggesting something beyond normal decay. Beneath a rotted tarp, he found a corroded metal ammo box. Inside, papers, journal entries dating to 1987. The handwriting was frantic, deteriorating across pages. Day 7. The singing started again last night. Japanese folk song, I think. Dr. Tanaka would know, but he's gone like the others. She's getting closer. Day 9. Found Tanaka's camera. All the photos show her in the background. Even the ones we took months ago before any of this started. She was always there. Day 11. I understand now. The legend is real. The woman who died here 1945, end of the war. Internment camp unofficial. They brought her to the forest to silence her. She won't stay silent. The journal ended mid-sentence on day 13. Douglas sat on a fallen log, the journal in his lap, and felt the pieces falling into place. The white silk, funeral markers. The red characters, Buddhist sutras for the dead. The woman in the kimono, Onryo, a vengeful spirit bound to the location of her death. Japanese folklore made real in the Pacific Northwest wilderness. But why these people? Why Ethan Cross, Katie Yamamoto, the nameless researcher from 1987? He flipped through more pages and found it. A roster, names and dates. Japanese Americans sent to an unofficial detention site in Olympic National Forest during World War II. Most were released when the war ended. 6 were not accounted for. 6 who disappeared into official silence. Katie Yamamoto. Her surname was on the list. Different Katie. Grandmother or great-aunt, maybe. but the same family. The researcher from 1987, his notes mentioned he was documenting the internment camp's history, trying to expose the cover-up. Ethan Cross. Douglas pulled out his phone, searched with his weak remaining battery. Software engineer, yes, but also amateur genealogist. His blog documented his attempt to trace his mother's family, the Nakamura line, which had disappeared from records in 1945. They weren't random victims. They were witnesses, descendants, truth-tellers. And Douglas. He looked at the photograph again, at the date that had now passed. November 18th. 2 days ago. He'd survived it. Or had he? His reflection in his compass caught his attention. He looked different, paler, the shadows under his eyes deeper. His hair had more gray than it had 3 days ago. A sound made him look up. That singing again, distant but approaching. Douglas ran. He made it to the ranger station by dusk, burst through the door wild-eyed and covered in mud. Sarah was there, filing reports, and she jumped at his entrance. "Jesus, Mackenzie, you look like hell. Did you find Cross?" "Call County Sheriff," Douglas gasped. "Need cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, historical records. There's a mass grave out there, Sarah. Internment camp victims, and something's guarding it." Sarah stared at him. "Doug, slow down. What are you talking about?" He tried to explain. The campsites, the journal, the pattern. But as he spoke, he watched her face shift from concern to something worse. Pity. "Mackenzie," she said gently, "you've been gone for 36 hours. I sent Thompson out to check on you when you didn't radio in. He found your tent at mile marker 12, said it looked abandoned. No sign of you. That's impossible. I was hiking back, I found 3 sites. There was a journal from 1987. Doug." She pulled up something on her computer. "There's no record of anyone named Katie Yamamoto going missing in 1999. I checked after Thompson called in. And that researcher you're talking about? The records show the 1987 expedition completed successfully. Everyone came back." His hands started shaking again. No, I saw them. The tent, the gear, the journal." "The same way you saw Alex after the accident?" Sarah's voice was quiet. "The same way you kept seeing him in your cabin for months, kept hearing his voice on the radio?" Douglas stepped back. "This is different." "Is it? Or is this another breakdown, Doug? You're not ready for overnight searches. The psych eval said so. I shouldn't have let you go." He looked at her, at the genuine concern in her face, and felt reality slipping. Maybe she was right. Maybe he'd hallucinated everything. The stress, the isolation, the anniversary of Alex's death approaching. His mind could have constructed an elaborate delusion. Then he felt it. Cold air on the back of his neck despite the heater running. He turned slowly. She stood in the corner of the station office, barely visible in the fluorescent light. Long black hair, white kimono, face like hunger, like grief, like justice delayed for 70 years. "Do you see her?" Douglas whispered. Sarah followed his gaze. "See what?" The woman moved forward. Sarah didn't react, kept staring at the empty corner where Douglas saw a ghost. The temperature in the room dropped. His breath misted. Frost formed on the windows. "Sarah, run," Douglas said. "There's nothing there, Doug. You need help. Let me call Dr. Morrison." The lights went out. In the darkness, that singing started. Sarah screamed, finally seeing, finally understanding. Douglas heard her stumble backward, heard office supplies scatter. He fumbled for his flashlight, clicked it on. The beam revealed the woman standing between them, her face now visible in terrible detail. She'd been young when she died, early 20s, with features that suggested she'd been beautiful before whatever had been done to her. Now her skin was translucent, showing shadows of bone beneath. Her eyes were gone, leaving cavities that wept something darker than blood. Her mouth moved, forming words in Japanese that Douglas's hindbrain understood even though his conscious mind did not. "You will witness. You will remember. You will tell truth they buried." The temperature plummeted further. Douglas's flashlight dimmed, the batteries dying in the impossible cold. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was the woman reaching toward Sarah with hands that ended in broken fingernails, reaching past her, reaching for something beyond. He woke in a hospital bed in Port Angeles. The fluorescent lights hurt his eyes. A doctor he didn't recognize was checking his vitals, making notes on a tablet. "Welcome back, Mr. Mackenzie. You had us worried. Severe hypothermia, exposure, dehydration. You're lucky Ranger Donnelly found you when she did." "Sarah?" His voice was gravel. "Is she okay?" "She's fine. Shaken up, but fine. Said you collapsed in the station, started seizing. We've run some tests." "What did she tell you?" Douglas tried to sit up, fell back against the pillows. "About what she saw?" The doctor's expression became professionally neutral. "She said you had a psychotic episode. Given your history, we're recommending psychiatric evaluation before you return to duty." "My history?" Douglas laughed, the sound bitter. "The breakdown after Alex died?" "Yeah, that's what everyone thinks this is." "Isn't it?" The doctor's voice was kind but firm. "Mr. Mackenzie, you were found unconscious in the ranger station with a core body temperature of 92 degrees. In a heated building. The human mind can create very convincing hallucinations under extreme stress." Douglas closed his eyes. Maybe the doctor was right. Maybe he was crazy. Maybe everything in the forest had been delusion, trauma, the anniversary of Alex's death triggering a complete break with reality. But then why could he still smell the incense? Why did his reflection in the hospital room's mirror show someone standing behind him? Someone in white with long black hair. He was released 3 days later with a prescription for antipsychotics he didn't fill and a mandatory psychiatric evaluation scheduled for next week. Sarah picked him up, drove him home in uncomfortable silence. "I'm sorry," Douglas said finally, "for scaring you. You should have told someone you were struggling." Sarah kept her eyes on the road. "We all loved Alex too. We would have understood." "I know." They drove through Forks, the small logging town that serviced Olympic National Park, past shops closing for winter and diners where rangers ate lunch. Everything looked normal. The world had continued turning while Douglas had lost his mind in the forest. Sarah pulled into his cabin's driveway. "The department's putting you on medical leave. Paid. Take some time. Work with Dr. Morrison, get right again." "Yeah." Douglas got out, grabbed his bag from the back seat. "Thanks for the ride." He watched her drive away, then turned toward his cabin and froze. White silk strips hung from every tree in his yard, dozens of them, each marked with red characters that he now recognized as memorial prayers for the dead. His front door stood open. Douglas walked forward slowly, knowing he should run, should call someone, should do anything except enter, but his feet carried him forward anyway, through the door into his living room. She sat in his chair, the woman from the forest, more solid now, more real. Her kimono was clean, pristine white, and Douglas could see details he'd missed before. The fabric was hand-embroidered with cranes, the obi tied in a style that was specific to a particular region of Japan, everything authentic to the mid-1940s. "You're real," he whispered. She inclined her head slightly. When she spoke, her voice was clear, unaccented English. "I am what remains when truth is buried, when justice is denied, when the dead are forgotten." Douglas sank onto his couch, his legs giving out. "What do you want?" "To be remembered. To be acknowledged. To have the truth told." She looked at him with those hollow eyes. 6 of us were brought to the forest in 1945. The government said we were security risks. Enemy sympathizers. They took us from the internment camps, brought us to that place in the Ho, and they killed us. Buried us in unmarked graves. Told our families we'd been relocated again, transferred, released. Lies upon lies. I saw the journal, the researcher. Found the truth and they silenced him. Made it disappear. Changed the records. Her form flickered, becoming less solid. But every 12 years, on the anniversary, I can reach through. I can touch the living world, and I find those who seek truth, who have connection to what was done. Ethan Cross? His great-grandmother was one of the 6. He was researching his family history, getting too close to the truth. So I showed him. Her voice hardened. I showed him everything they did. The fear, the pain, the casual cruelty of bureaucrats who decided we were inconvenient. And I gave him a choice: bear witness or become another disappearance, another adjusted record. What did he choose? He ran. Most run. They see the truth and they run from it because remembering is harder than forgetting. She stood, moved toward him. But you're different. You already know what it means to lose someone, to have their death turned into paperwork and official reports that erase who they were. Douglas thought of Alex, of the investigation report that had labeled it Ranger Error, of how quickly the department had moved on. Yes. You're haunted already. So I'm asking, will you bear witness? Will you tell what was done here? Will you make them remember us? He looked at her, at this impossible thing that was both ghost story and historical atrocity, both supernatural horror and bureaucratic evil made manifest. If I say no, then you join the others. Another disappearance. Another person who got too close to truth that powerful people want forgotten. She leaned closer, and her breath smelled like earth, like decades of decay. But you won't say no, because you understand that being forgotten is worse than death, that having your truth erased is the real horror. Douglas stood on shaking legs. What do I do? Dig. Find the graves. Make them acknowledge what happened. Force the truth into daylight. She reached out, her hand hovering over his chest. I'll show you where we're buried. But you have to promise. No matter what they say, no matter who tells you it's impossible or that you're crazy, you don't stop. You make them see. I promise. Her hand touched his chest and Douglas felt cold shoot through every nerve ending. The world spun, and suddenly he was elsewhere, elsewhen, watching through eyes that weren't his own. 6 women kneeling in the forest, men in uniform standing over them. The crack of gunfire, bodies falling, hasty graves dug in volcanic soil, paperwork being altered, a conspiracy of silence that would last decades. Then he was back in his cabin, on his knees, gasping. The woman was fading, her form becoming transparent. The coordinates are in your mind now, she said, her voice distant. Tell our story, Douglas Mackenzie. Tell them we existed, that we mattered, that we're still here. She disappeared. Douglas sat in the silence of his cabin, his mind racing. Everyone would think he was insane. The psychiatric evaluation would probably end his career. But he pulled out his phone anyway, started making calls. Investigative journalists, civil rights organizations, historians who specialized in the internment camps. Some hung up immediately, but others listened. And slowly, over the following weeks, a team began to assemble. Researchers, ground-penetrating radar operators, people who believed that truth mattered more than convenience. 3 months later, they found the graves. 6 bodies, buried in a clearing off the Hoh River Trail, exactly where the coordinates in Douglas's mind had indicated. Forensic anthropologists confirmed they were Japanese-American women, killed in the 1940s. Documents were uncovered, hidden, misfiled, deliberately obscured but not quite destroyed. The conspiracy unraveled. The news coverage was extensive. Families of the victims were located. Remains returned for proper burial. Government apologies were issued. A memorial was erected. Douglas attended the dedication ceremony in the spring. The forest was green and alive, the moss glowing in scattered sunlight. Families of the 6 women stood together, finally able to mourn properly after 70 years. As the ceremony ended and people began to disperse, Douglas lingered. He felt her presence before he saw her, that familiar cold, that sense of being watched. But when she appeared this time, she looked different, younger. The hollow eyes had filled with something like peace. Her kimono, while still white, seemed to glow with actual light rather than ghostly luminescence. "Thank you," she said simply. "Are you free now?" Douglas asked. "Can you rest?" She smiled, and it transformed her face into what she must have looked like before the forest, before the guns, before 70 years of rage. "We're remembered now. That's what mattered. The truth is known." "Will I see you again?" "No, you've earned your peace too." She began to fade. "And Douglas? Alex wants you to know it wasn't your fault. The ice was treacherous. The wind was strong. Some things just happen. Let him go." She disappeared for the last time. Douglas stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by new memorial stones bearing the names of the 6 women who'd been murdered and forgotten. He felt something loosen in his chest, some knot of guilt and grief that had been strangling him for 3 years. Maybe he was crazy. Maybe everything had been hallucination and coincidence and his damaged mind finding patterns in chaos. But the graves were real. The bodies were real. The truth was real. And if the price of uncovering that truth was carrying the ghost of a woman who refused to be forgotten, Douglas Mackenzie thought that was a price worth paying. He returned to work 6 months later, cleared by Dr. Morrison, who noted significant improvement in his mental health. Sarah welcomed him back with cautious optimism. He took assignments in the Hoh rainforest without hesitation, hiked those trails where he'd first encountered the impossible. The forest felt different now, still ancient, still heavy with moisture and moss, but the oppressive weight was gone. The silence was natural silence. The shadows were just shadows. But sometimes, on the anniversary of the day he'd found Ethan Cross's empty campsite, Douglas would wake to find a single strip of white silk hanging from his cabin's porch. No characters written on it anymore, no threat or warning. Just a reminder. Some truths refuse to stay buried. Some debts outlast death. And some ghosts haunt us not because they hate us, but because they need us to remember. Douglas remembered. He always would. And in the quiet moments when the forest whispered its secrets and the mist rolled through ancient trees, he thought he could still hear singing, soft and sad and finally at peace. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Rachel Patel had learned to ignore the whispers. Not the wind through Douglas fir needles or the creaks of old-growth cedars. Those sounds belonged to the forest and made sense. She meant the other kind, the ones that started at the base of her skull like tinnitus and unfurled into almost words and languages she'd never studied. The ranger training at Albright had taught her about hypothermia, wildlife encounters, and crisis de-escalation. Nobody mentioned what to do when you could feel locations the way other people felt textures, when certain trails made your teeth ache for no medical reason. So she'd learned to smile through the sensation, to nod when other rangers called the Hoh peaceful, to never mention that the deeper sections felt like walking into a scream that hadn't finished yet. 3 years at Olympic National Park, and she'd gotten good at the performance. Good enough that the other rangers stopped giving her concerned looks when she hesitated before entering certain areas. Good enough that she'd almost convinced herself the sensitivity was just anxiety, just the overactive pattern recognition of a mind that read too much into coincidence. Almost. The call about Tyler Dawson came through at 14:47 on a Thursday in October. Rachel had been updating trail condition reports at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, half listening to the usual static-laden radio chatter. Dispatch was Marnie Cross, 22 years with the Park Service, voice like gravel even on clear days. Any ranger in the Hoh sector, we've got a concerned party reporting overdue hiker. Male, 26, solo backpacker. Last contact was yesterday morning, 0800 hours. Planned route was Hall of Mosses extending into the restricted old-growth section. Permit shows he had authorization for the research trail. Rachel's pen stopped moving. The research trail. The one that wound deeper into the rainforest than tourists were allowed, through sections where the canopy grew so dense that GPS signals became suggestions rather than facts. The one that made her fillings hurt. She picked up her radio. Patel here. I can respond. What's the PLS? Research Trailhead Junction, about 2 miles past Hall of Mosses. Sister reported he called her yesterday morning, said he'd found something interesting and was going to investigate. Line went dead mid-sentence. She assumed it was cell coverage, but when he didn't check in last night as planned, she got worried. Copy, I'll head out now. Rachel gathered her gear with practiced efficiency. Garmin Dakota 20 GPS, freshly charged, but she packed spare batteries anyway. The hoe had a reputation for draining electronics faster than it should. Motorola XTS 5000 radio, medical kit, headlamp, emergency bivouac. The bench-made bushcrafter knife she'd inherited from her father, its handle worn smooth from his grip and now hers. She tried not to think about how the base of her skull had started buzzing the moment Marnie mentioned the research trail. The thing about the Hoh rainforest was its silence. Not the absence of sound. The place was never quiet, always dripping, always rustling. But the way sound behaved wrong. Echoes came from directions they shouldn't. Distances compressed and expanded. Rachel had learned to trust her ears less than her instincts here, which was a problem when her instincts were currently screaming at her to turn around. She passed the Hall of Mosses tourist trail at 15:30. The October afternoon was already dimming, filtered through countless layers of maple and cedar and Sitka spruce. Moss covered everything in shades of green so varied they seemed almost artificial, like someone had adjusted the saturation too high. The air tasted of decomposition and growth happening simultaneously, of things becoming other things. The research trail junction appeared exactly where her GPS indicated, though she'd somehow expected it to be elsewhere. A small weathered sign read, "Authorized personnel only. Permit required." Beyond it, the path narrowed to barely shoulder width, hemmed in by sword ferns taller than she was. Rachel pulled out her radio. "Patel to base. I'm at the research trail junction. Beginning search." Marnie's response came through unusually clear. "Copy that. Be careful in there, Rachel. That section gets dark fast." The buzzing in Rachel's skull intensified as she stepped past the sign. She'd gone maybe a quarter mile when she found the first prayer strip. It hung from a low cedar branch. White fabric twisted around itself, covered in characters she couldn't read, but somehow recognized as Japanese. The fabric looked old, weathered by years of rain and mist, but the knot holding it to the branch was tight, deliberate. Rachel photographed it with her iPhone, the flash startling bright in the dimness. Her phone claimed it was 15:52. The light filtering through the canopy suggested much later. She found 3 more prayer strips in the next 100 yards, each tied to a different tree, forming what might have been a line or might have been a perimeter. The buzzing in her head had evolved into something with rhythm now, almost like breathing. Tyler Dawson's campsite appeared at 16:15, or what remained of it. His tent stood properly erected, rainfly secured, no obvious damage. But the camp was wrong in ways Rachel's ranger training couldn't explain, and her sensitivity absolutely could. His gear was arranged too perfectly. Backpack propped against a log at a precise 90-degree angle. Camp stove positioned exactly in the center of a flat rock. Water bottles lined up by size, labels facing the same direction. This wasn't the organization of an experienced backpacker. This was the arrangement of someone or something that understood objects but not human behavior. Rachel's radio crackled. "Patel, status?" She jumped, her hand going reflexively to the benchmade at her hip. "Found his camp. He's not here. Gear is present, but..." She trailed off, trying to find words that wouldn't sound insane. "Something's off." Off how? Too organized, like someone staged it. A pause. Could he have been grabbed by someone? No signs of struggle, no displacement of the surrounding area. It's more like... Rachel walked the perimeter of the campsite, noting how even the dirt around the tent looked somehow arranged. Like everything was put back after being examined. The temperature dropped 15 degrees in the space between one breath and the next. Rachel's breath became visible, fog in October when it should have been merely cool. The moisture in the air began forming tiny crystals, not quite ice, catching what little light penetrated the canopy. She'd felt temperature drops before. Weather changed fast in the Olympics, but this was different. This felt directed, intentional. "Rachel?" Marnie's voice seemed to come from very far away. "You still there?" "Yeah, I'm..." The woman stood at the edge of the clearing. Rachel's hindbrain registered her before conscious thought caught up. Pale figure, white clothing, long black hair obscuring her face, standing perfectly still among the ferns. Every instinct Rachel had spent 3 years suppressing screamed simultaneously. The figure didn't move like a person. She was simply absent one moment, present the next, as if reality was a film with missing frames. Her white clothing, a kimono, Rachel's mind supplied uselessly, should have been bright against the green darkness of the forest. Instead, it seemed to absorb light, to create a hole in the visual field. The hair was wrong too. It hung too long, too black, moving independent of the breeze that didn't exist in this suddenly frozen pocket of forest. And beneath the hair, Rachel could almost see. She blinked. The woman was gone. "Rachel?" Marnie's voice was sharp now, cutting through the ringing in Rachel's ears. "You went quiet. What's happening?" Rachel's mouth tasted like copper. Her Garmin GPS was showing her coordinates as longitude and latitude that couldn't exist, numbers that placed her simultaneously in Washington and somewhere with a negative elevation reading. The device flickered, reset, showed her actual position, flickered again. She forced her voice steady. "I think I found why he was here. Someone else might be in this area. I'm going to continue the search. Rachel, if there's another person out there, I'll be careful." She ended the transmission before Marnie could argue, before she had to explain that person wasn't the right word for what she'd seen. Tyler's field notebook lay inside his tent, open to the last entry. Rachel pulled on nitrile gloves before touching it, some residual professionalism insisting on evidence preservation, even as every nerve in her body insisted on running. The handwriting started neat, deteriorated across the page. October 12th, 7:30 a.m. Found evidence of historical Japanese settlement approximately 2.3 miles north of Junction. Structures long collapsed, but foundation stones remain in circular pattern. Cultural artifacts present, ceramic fragments, metal tools. This is significant. No record of Japanese presence in this specific area during settlement period. Need to document everything. 8:45 a.m. Strange markings on several trees surrounding site. Shide strips, prayer markers. Some appear very old, others recent. Who has been maintaining them? 10:20 a.m. Temperature anomalies near the center of the site. Infrared thermometer reading 38 degrees in a 3-foot radius while ambient temp is 52 degrees. No logical explanation. Equipment malfunction? 11:15 a.m. Found what appears to be grave marker. Kanji inscription. I don't read Japanese but took photos. Will need translation. 12:30 p.m. Can't shake feeling of being watched. Probably just anxiety. This place has a weight to it. 2:00 p.m. Saw a woman in white dress among the trees. Called out, but she didn't respond. Will try to make contact. Could be another researcher or possibly homeless individual living in park. Should offer assistance. The entry ended mid-sentence in a scrawl that shot off the edge of the page, the pen leaving a long gouge in the paper, as if his hand had been jerked away violently. Rachel sat back on her heels, her mind working through implications she didn't want to accept. A historical Japanese settlement in the Olympic rainforest? Not impossible. Japanese immigrants had worked in the logging industry throughout the Pacific Northwest in the early 20th century. But this deep in the forest? In an area with no access roads, no river navigation, nothing but 40 miles of primeval rainforest in every direction. Her phone buzzed. Signal had returned somehow, just enough for a single text from Marnie. Contacted Japanese community in Port Angeles. They're sending someone who can translate. ETA 2 hours. Do not engage potential contact alone. Too late for that. Rachel's breath fogged in the air despite the October afternoon. The temperature was still dropping, now cold enough that moisture was condensing on every surface, turning the moss slick and dark. The buzzing in her skull had words in it now. She couldn't understand them, but she could feel their shape, their intention. They felt like grief that had calcified into something sharper. Tyler's GPS showed his last tracked position 0.4 miles north of his camp. Rachel marked the location on her own device, checked her radio battery, still full but the display flickering, and started walking. The prayer strips became more frequent. Every tree now, some with multiple strips, creating corridors of white fabric that channeled the path forward. Someone had spent years placing these, maintaining them, renewing them. The fabric ages varied, some so old they were barely threads, others recent enough to still be crisp. The foundation stones appeared gradually, stones that were too regular to be natural. They formed a circle perhaps 20 feet in diameter, half buried in decades of moss and detritus. At the center stood a marker, a wooden post carved with characters Rachel couldn't read, but that seemed to pull at something behind her eyes. Tyler Dawson knelt in front of the marker. Rachel's hand went to her radio, then stopped. Tyler's posture was wrong. He knelt too perfectly still, back too straight, hands resting on his thighs in a position that suggested ceremony rather than rest. His head was bowed, face invisible. Tyler? Rachel's voice sounded too loud in the heavy silence. Tyler Dawson? He didn't respond. Didn't move at all except for the slow rise and fall of his shoulders breathing. Rachel moved closer, every instinct screaming warnings her training insisted she ignore. This was the missing hiker. This was why she was here. She was supposed to make contact, assess his condition, evacuate if necessary. She was 10 feet away when she saw his hands. They were positioned in a mudra, ritual gesture, that she recognized from a comparative religion course years ago. Not Buddhist, not Hindu. Shinto, specifically a gesture of supplication to the dead. Tyler, can you hear me? My name is Rachel Patel. I'm with the National Park Service. Your sister reported you missing. His shoulders stopped moving. The breathing stopped. For 5 heartbeats, Tyler Dawson was completely motionless. Then his head lifted. The movement was too smooth, too controlled, like a puppet on perfect strings. His face came into view, and Rachel's medical training cataloged everything wrong. Pupils dilated to full black, skin temperature clearly hypothermic given the visible cyanosis around his lips, muscle tension suggesting either seizure or tetanus. But it was his expression that made Rachel's hand finally close around her radio. His face held no recognition, no confusion at finding himself kneeling in a forgotten shrine deep in the Olympic rainforest. Instead, his features arranged themselves into something that approximated a smile, while containing no human warmth whatsoever. When he spoke, his voice had an accent that didn't match his file photo, syllables shaped around a language that wasn't English trying to use English sounds. She has been waiting, 73 years, waiting for someone who could hear. The temperature plummeted. Rachel's breath came out in clouds now, crystals forming immediately in the air. The moisture coating every surface began to freeze, turning the clearing into something ice-sculpted. Tyler, you're hypothermic. I need to get you warmed up, get you out of here. Rachel kept her voice level, professional, even as the buzzing in her skull crescendoed into almost words. Can you stand? His head tilted at an angle that suggested his neck contained more vertebrae than it should. This body is damaged, cold inside, but still useful, still able to show you. He stood in a single fluid motion, no preliminary shift of weight, no hand on ground for leverage, simply vertical in a way that violated physics. Rachel stepped back, her training and instincts finally aligned in urgent agreement. Stay where you are. I'm calling for medical evacuation. She doesn't want evacuation. Tyler's face remained in that not quite right smile. She wants witness. She wants understanding. She has tried so long to make someone understand. The woman in white stood behind him now, though Rachel hadn't seen her approach. Closer this time. Close enough to see that the hair covering her face moved like it was underwater, like it existed in a medium more viscous than air. Close enough to see that the white kimono was actually burial clothing, the design specific to a particular era of Japanese funerary practice. Close enough to see the rope burns around her neck. Rachel's radio chose that moment to die completely, the display going black despite a full battery seconds ago. Her GPS followed, the screen fragmenting into impossible characters. The iPhone in her pocket grew so cold it burned through the fabric against her hip. Her name was Akiko. Tyler's voice had more of the accent now. The wrong accent. Japanese phonemes forcing themselves through American vocal cords. She came here with her husband in 1938. They thought the forest would hide them. Thought distance from the coast would make them safe. The temperature made Rachel's joints ache. Ice crystals formed on her eyelashes. But the forest has rangers even then. Men who believed certain people didn't belong. Men who thought the war coming made certain people dangerous. Tyler took a step toward her. Akiko moved with him, her feet not quite touching the ground, the hem of her kimono trailing through moss without disturbing it. They hanged her from a cedar tree, made her husband watch. Then they killed him too, made it look like murder-suicide by a disturbed immigrant. Buried them both in unmarked graves and filed papers saying they'd relocated inland. Rachel's back hit a moss-covered cedar. She'd been retreating without realizing it, and now the forest had run out. Tyler, fight it. Whatever this is, you can... He's not fighting. The voice came from Tyler's mouth, but the accent was complete now. Feminine, older. He invited me in. Such a sweet boy, so interested in forgotten history. So eager to help when he realized what happened. He said I could use his voice. Said someone should know. The woman in white was close enough now that Rachel could see through the hair, could see the face beneath. Beautiful once, before the violence. The eyes were black pits that reflected nothing, that seemed to pull light into them and offer nothing back. I don't want to be forgotten. The words came from both Tyler and from somewhere else, doubled, echoing. I don't want to be erased. My husband's name was Hiroshi. We had a daughter, Miyuki, 4 years old, sent to live with my sister in Seattle when the executive order came. I never saw her again. She thought we abandoned her. She died in 1994 thinking we chose to disappear. Rachel's teeth were chattering now, her core temperature dropping from prolonged exposure to the supernatural cold. But something in Akiko's words penetrated the fear. What do you want? To be remembered, to be acknowledged, to stop being a gap in history that everyone steps over without seeing. I see you. Rachel forced the words through numb lips. I acknowledge what happened to you. It was murder. It was injustice. Words. Akiko's voice held centuries of grief. Words are air. You will leave this forest and forget. Everyone forgets. They walk over my grave and feel nothing. You are different, yes. You can hear, but you will still forget. The woman in white moved closer. Tyler's body moved with her, puppet-like, his eyes still disturbingly wrong. Rachel could see now that his breathing had stopped entirely, that his skin had the waxy quality of serious hypothermia, that he needed medical attention immediately. I won't forget, Rachel said, meaning it, knowing it wasn't enough. I'll make sure others know. I'll research what happened, find documentation, make sure. You will die here. Akiko's voice was almost gentle, almost sorry, and your ghost will join mine. And perhaps in another 70 years someone else will hear us, and we will try again. The possession was obvious now. Rachel could see the moment it began in earnest. Tyler's body convulsing once, twice, then going rigid. When his eyes opened again, they held that black pit quality, that light-absorbing absence. He moved toward her with that too fluid motion. Rachel's training said engage, de-escalate, talk down the threat. Her training had nothing for this. Her sensitivity, the thing she'd spent years suppressing, the ability she'd tried to rationalize away, that had everything. She could feel Akiko like pressure against her mind, like fingers testing the edges of her consciousness, looking for gaps, for ways in. The woman had been alone for 73 years, trapped by violence and injustice and the forest's indifference. Rachel's psychic sensitivity made her visible, made her a doorway. I understand why you're angry, Rachel said, backing around the cedar, trying to maintain distance. I understand what they did was unforgivable. But taking Tyler, taking me, that's not justice. That's becoming what they were. I'm not angry. Akiko's voice came from Tyler's mouth and from the figure in white and from the trees themselves now, the entire clearing resonating with her words. Anger burns out. I'm grief. Grief doesn't burn. Grief sediments. Grief becomes geography. The figure in white was close enough to touch. Rachel could smell her now. Cedar and earth and something underneath that spoke of decades underground. The rope burns at her neck were vivid, detailed, an injury rendered permanent by the violence of her death. Your daughter. Rachel played her last card, the only thing that might penetrate. Miyuki. She had children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Your bloodline continues. They don't know you, but they exist because you existed. For the first time, something shifted in the black pit eyes. You're lying. I'm not. I can find them. I can tell them about you. Not as a ghost, not as a footnote, as a person. Akiko and Hiroshi, who came to America for a better life, who were murdered for the crime of existing while Japanese. Your story matters. Your descendants deserve to know you. The cold intensified to the point of pain. Rachel's fingers were losing sensation, her thoughts growing sluggish. Why should I believe you? Because I've spent my entire life being told my perceptions are wrong, being told to ignore what I sense, to rationalize away what I know is true. I understand what it's like to be erased while still breathing. Rachel met those black pit eyes directly. I won't erase you. I promise. The forest held its breath. Tyler's body shuddered. The black receded from his eyes in stages, pupils contracting, leaving behind confusion and terror and the very real effects of profound hypothermia. He collapsed forward, and Rachel barely caught him, his skin ice cold through his jacket. The woman in white stood 3 feet away, fully visible now, her hair parting enough to show her face clearly. She looked young, 30 at most when she died. The rope burns were brutal, but her expression had softened into something human. Find my daughter's children, Akiko said. Her voice no longer doubled, no longer echoing from the trees. Tell them I loved Miyuki. Tell them I never wanted to leave her. I will. I swear. And tell them... The figure was fading now, becoming translucent. Tell them I forgive them for forgetting. How could they remember what they never knew? The cold broke like a fever. Warm October air rushed back into the clearing, carrying the smell of living forest, of things growing rather than haunting. Tyler's breathing restarted with a gasp, his body convulsing against Rachel as circulation returned. Akiko was gone. The prayer strips remained, white fabric hanging from countless trees, marking a grave that would no longer be unmarked. Rachel keyed her radio with numb fingers. It crackled to life, battery somehow restored. Patel to base. I have Tyler Dawson. He's alive but suffering from severe hypothermia. I need immediate evacuation from my current coordinates. And Marnie, contact the translator anyway. I'm going to need their help. The medevac took 40 minutes to arrive, the helicopter touching down in the nearest clearing a half-mile away. Rachel kept Tyler warm with her emergency bivouac and her own body heat, talking to him constantly as his confusion gave way to fragmentary memory. There was a woman, he kept saying, his voice slurred from the cold. She was so sad. I wanted to help. I thought if someone just listened. You did help, Rachel told him. You gave her a voice. That's not nothing. By the time the EMTs loaded Tyler into the helicopter, sunset was turning the forest gold and red. Rachel declined evacuation for herself, despite the medics' concerned looks at her own temperature readings. She had something she needed to do first. The translator arrived at the clearing an hour later. Dr. James Whitmore, retired professor of East Asian languages from University of Washington, now living in Port Angeles. He was 76, walked with a cane, and carried a handheld lantern like he was expecting the woods to fight back. Rachel led him to the marker at the center of the stone circle. Can you read this? Dr. Whitmore studied the characters in the lantern light, his expression shifting from curiosity to solemnity. It's a grave marker. It says Akiko Tanaka, beloved wife and mother, 1908-1938. Hiroshi Tanaka, devoted husband and father, 1906-1938. May they rest in the peace they were denied in life. Someone knew, Rachel said softly. Someone knew what happened and left a marker. There were rumors, Dr. Whitmore said quietly, in the Japanese community. Stories about a couple who vanished from a logging camp in the late 30s. Most people assumed they'd fled inland to escape the coming internment, but some of the old-timers whispered about rangers who'd gotten too zealous about security. He looked at Rachel. No one ever found proof. We have proof now. Rachel photographed the marker, the stone foundations, everything. And we have names. Can you help me find their descendants? I can make some calls. It took 3 weeks. 3 weeks of research, of phone calls, of following genealogical threads through decades. 3 weeks during which Rachel filed reports that carefully omitted anything that would get her psychiatric evaluation. Tyler Dawson returned to his family with a story about getting lost and hypothermic that was mostly true. He didn't mention the possession. Rachel didn't push him. Some truths were too heavy to force on people. But she kept her promise. Miyuki Tanaka had married Richard Chen in 1956 and had 3 children. She died never knowing what happened to her parents, carrying that abandonment wound her entire life. But her children had children. Her grandchildren had children. The family tree extended into the present, scattered across Seattle and Tacoma and Portland. Rachel contacted them through Dr. Whitmore, explained what she'd found as carefully as she could. A historical gravesite. Evidence of a crime from 1938, their ancestors. The family gathered at the Hoh Rainforest on a Saturday in November. 15 people, spanning 4 generations, standing around a grave that was no longer unmarked. They'd brought flowers, offerings, photographs of Miyuki at various ages, showing her descendants what their great-great-grandmother had never seen. Dr. Whitmore led a small ceremony, speaking words in Japanese that Rachel didn't understand, but felt the shape of. The temperature remained normal. No supernatural cold. No figures in white. But Rachel felt something shift. A pressure releasing, like a held breath finally exhaled. The forest no longer felt like a scream mid-utterance. It felt like a forest. Afterward, Miyuki's granddaughter approached Rachel. Thank you for finding them. My grandmother spent her whole life wondering. It broke something in her, not knowing. I wish she could have had this closure. Maybe she knows now, Rachel said, meaning it in more ways than she could explain. The family left prayer strips of their own, bright white fabric against the ancient cedar. They promised to return, to maintain the site, to remember. Rachel stayed behind as the sun set, standing in the clearing that no longer felt haunted but merely sad. I kept my promise, she said to the empty air. The forest gave no response beyond the ordinary sounds of evening, birds settling, wind in the canopy, the distant rush of the Hoh River. But Rachel's skull was quiet. The buzzing, the almost words, the sensation of wrongness. All of it had settled. For the first time in 3 years, the Hoh Rainforest felt like just a forest. She walked back to the trailhead as night fell, her headlamp cutting through the darkness. The prayer strips glowed white in the beam, markers of remembrance rather than warning. Rachel Patel would continue as a ranger for 7 more years. She would help find other lost hikers, respond to other emergencies, maintain other trails. But she never again suppressed her sensitivity, never again pretended she couldn't feel the places where tragedy had soaked into the land. She'd learned that some things demanded to be felt, that witnessing was its own kind of service, that being forgotten was a second death, and sometimes preventing it required listening to frequencies other people couldn't hear. The Olympics held other stories, other grief that had calcified into geography. Rachel became the ranger who documented them, the one who listened when the forest spoke, the one who made sure the forgotten were remembered. She never saw Akiko again. But sometimes, walking the deep trails where the canopy turned the world green and hushed, Rachel would find fresh prayer strips on trees she'd passed the day before. White fabric tied with precise knots, placed by hands she never saw. Acknowledgement, gratitude, peace. The forest no longer screamed. It whispered instead, and Rachel Patel finally had the courage to listen. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Laura Vega found the photograph scattered across the trail at mile marker 4.3, still wet despite 3 days without rain. Each Polaroid showed the same woman in a white dress standing at Salduke Falls, but the date stamps spanned 47 years, 1964, 1979, 1993, 2008, 2011. The woman never aged. In the final photograph taken 2 days ago according to the timestamp, the woman was looking directly at the camera, and Laura recognized her own ranger station in the blurred background. Her hands trembled as she gathered the Polaroids. The medication Dr. Reese had prescribed 3 months ago was supposed to stop this. The cold sweats, the sense of wrongness that crawled through her gut whenever she approached certain areas of Olympic National Park. Generalized anxiety disorder, he'd said, scribbling the prescription while barely looking at her. Common in high-stress professions. The isolation doesn't help. But this wasn't anxiety. Laura had learned to recognize the difference over 8 years of ranging these forests. Anxiety was the tightness in her chest during budget reviews, the sleepless nights before performance evaluations. This was something else, a visceral knowing that preceded understanding. Like her body recognized threats her mind refused to process. She pressed the radio mic on her Motorola XPR 7552. Vega to dispatch, over. Static answered. She adjusted the frequency, tried again. The radio had worked perfectly an hour ago at the trailhead. The Hoh rainforest pressed close around her, Sitka spruce and western hemlock towering 200 feet overhead, their trunks wrapped in moss so thick it looked like green fur. The rainfall here averaged 12 feet annually, creating a cathedral of dripping vegetation that muffled sound and swallowed light. Even at noon, the canopy filtered sunlight into an aquatic dimness. Laura studied the most recent Polaroid again. The woman's face was partially obscured by long black hair, but her eyes were visible, dark and fixed directly on whoever held the camera. In the background, barely visible through the trees, was the distinctive red roof of Laura's own ranger station, 2 miles from here. Impossible. The photograph was dated October 15, 2011. 2 days ago. Jordan Hayes had been reported missing that same day. Laura had taken the call herself, speaking with Jordan's husband while she typed the details into the incident report. 26 years old, experienced day hiker, solo trek on the Salduke Falls Trail, expected back by sunset. When he'd called at 11 p.m., his voice had carried the specific pitch of fear that Laura had learned to recognize. Not worried yet, but approaching the threshold. They'd launched the search at first light. Laura, 2 other rangers, and a K-9 unit from Port Angeles. The dog had tracked Jordan's scent to mile marker 4.3 and stopped, circling the same 10-foot radius repeatedly, whining in a way that made its handler nervous. Never seen her do this, the handler had said, pulling the German Shepherd back. She's trained to track, not to refuse. Something here she doesn't like. They'd found Jordan's backpack 30 feet off trail, partially concealed under a fallen cedar. Her Garmin eTrex GPS was inside, still powered on, showing her last recorded position at exactly this spot. Her water bottles were full. Her iPhone 4 was at 63% battery. But no Jordan. Laura had felt it then, that sensation like ice water in her veins that the medication was supposed to eliminate. The forest had seemed to hold its breath around her, waiting. Now she was back, alone, against protocol, but unable to ignore the pull. She told dispatch she was doing a follow-up sweep. She hadn't mentioned the dreams. 3 nights in a row she'd woken at 3:47 a.m. to the sound of water running. Not her kitchen sink or bathroom, water rushing over rocks, the distinctive roar of a waterfall. She'd lie in bed in her dark cabin listening to Salduke Falls echo through her bedroom, despite being 2 miles away through dense forest. And last night she'd heard singing, a woman's voice high and clear, singing in a language Laura didn't recognize. Japanese, maybe, though she couldn't be certain. The melody was beautiful and deeply wrong, like a lullaby sung by something that had forgotten what comfort meant. She'd gotten up, checked every window, found nothing. But when she'd returned to bed, there was a single long black hair on her pillow that hadn't been there before. Laura shoved the Polaroids into her jacket pocket and continued up the trail. The path to Solduke Falls climbed gradually through old-growth forest, crossing several wooden bridges over streams swollen with October rain. The usual sounds were absent. No bird calls, no rustle of small mammals in the undergrowth. Just the omnipresent drip of water from moss-laden branches and her own boots on wet earth. Her Garmin showed 4.7 miles to the falls, another hour at her current pace. The temperature dropped as she walked, enough that her breath began to fog. Laura checked her watch. The digital display read 58 degrees Fahrenheit, but it felt at least 20 degrees colder. She zipped her Arc'teryx jacket to her chin, but the cold seemed to bypass the fabric entirely, settling into her bones. At mile marker 5-1, she found the second cluster of photographs. These were older, actual developed prints, not Polaroids, their edges yellowed with age. The woman in white appeared in each one, always standing near water. Solduke Falls in some, the Ho River in others, occasionally just a stream or pool. The background shifted, but the woman remained constant. Pale skin, long black hair, white dress that might have been a kimono or might have been a nightgown. Laura turned over one of the older photographs. On the back, in faded ink, Keiko, 1964. Keiko. The name triggered something, a fragment of memory from Ranger orientation 8 years ago. The older Rangers drinking coffee in the break room, swapping stories. Someone had mentioned a woman who'd drowned. Japanese, newly arrived in the States. The details were hazy, dismissed as local legend, the kind of story every park accumulated over decades. Laura pulled out her iPhone, hoping for signal despite knowing better. No service, as expected. The cellular coverage in Olympic's interior was non-existent until you reached the main visitor areas. She photographed the prints with her phone anyway, documenting their position before gathering them. 17 photographs total, spanning decades. In the most recent ones, the quality improved. Color instead of black and white, sharper focus. But the woman never changed. And in every photograph from the last 10 years, Jordan Hayes appeared in the background. Laura's stomach dropped as she recognized the details she'd initially missed. That photograph from 2008, a figure in blue hiking gear, barely visible among the trees. Jordan Hayes wore blue on the day she disappeared. The picture from 2003 showed someone in the distance with a distinctive yellow backpack identical to the one they'd found. Impossible. Jordan would have been 17 in 2003. A teenager in Ohio, according to her husband, not hiking Olympic National Park. Unless these weren't photographs of the past. Laura's vision tunneled, her peripheral vision darkening as her pulse hammered in her ears. She recognized this response. Her therapist called it dissociation, a trauma response from the accident 5 years ago when she'd pulled her partner's body from the overturned vehicle. But this felt different. This felt like her consciousness was trying to escape her body, to flee from an understanding her rational mind refused to accept. She forced herself to breathe. 4 counts in, hold for 4, 4 counts out. The grounding technique Dr. Reese had taught her. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees in an instant. Laura's breath came out in thick clouds now, crystallizing in air that had been merely cool seconds before. Frost began forming on the moss around her, spreading in intricate patterns like ice on a window. The silence deepened, becoming oppressive, as if the forest itself had stopped breathing. She heard water running, not the distant ambient sound of streams and rainfall, but close, immediate. Water rushing over rocks just ahead on the trail, despite the creek being a quarter mile away according to her map. Laura's hand moved to her Benchmade knife, a ridiculous gesture against she didn't know what. The blade was meant for cutting cord, clearing brush, emergency first aid, not for whatever was causing frost to form in 50-degree weather. The sound grew louder. She could hear individual splashes now, water hitting stones with the rhythm of Solduke Falls despite being 2 miles away from the cascade. She should turn back. Every instinct screamed retreat. This was exactly the kind of situation that got rangers killed. Pushing forward alone, ignoring protocol, chasing a feeling rather than following procedure. But Jordan Hayes was out here somewhere, and Laura was the only one who could feel it. This certainty that Jordan wasn't lost, wasn't injured, wasn't sheltering somewhere waiting for rescue. Jordan was being kept. Laura walked forward. The trail curved through a particularly dense section of forest where the moss hung in curtains from branches, and the ground was spongy with decomposition. The sound of rushing water intensified until it seemed to be coming from every direction at once. Then she saw the hair, long strands of black hair, caught on branches at shoulder height, stretching back along the trail like a breadcrumb path. Dozens of them, hundreds maybe, as if someone with impossibly long hair had walked this route repeatedly, leaving pieces of themselves behind. Laura touched one strand. It was wet and cold, and when she pulled it free from the branch, it dissolved in her fingers like spider silk, leaving only a faint smell of decay. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Impossible, no signal. And when she pulled it out, the screen showed a notification despite the no service indicator. A text message from an unknown number. She's waiting at the falls. She's been waiting so long. Laura's hands shook as she deleted the message, but another appeared immediately. You can see her. You always could. That's why you came back. Another. The others couldn't help Jordan. They can't see. But you can. Laura shoved the phone back in her pocket, but it kept buzzing. Message after message, her phone vibrating against her hip like a frantic heartbeat. She pulled it out again. The screen was filled with photographs now, hundreds of them loading in rapid succession, all showing the same woman in white getting closer in each image, first distant, then meters away, then close enough to see the details of her face. Pale skin, dark eyes, mouth open in an expression that might have been grief or might have been rage. The final photograph showed Laura herself, standing on this trail, taken from behind. The timestamp read, "Now." Laura spun around. The trail behind her was empty, but the temperature had dropped so low that ice crystals were forming in the air, glittering in the dim light. The sound of water had stopped completely, replaced by silence so total that Laura could hear her own heartbeat, her blood moving through her veins, the tiny clicking of her joints as she moved. Then, soft and clear in the silence, singing. The same melody from her bedroom the previous night, closer now, the Japanese words flowing in a pattern that Laura's mind couldn't quite grasp, but her body recognized as deeply, fundamentally wrong. The song made her teeth ache, made pressure build behind her eyes, made her want to claw at her own ears. She ran. Protocol abandoned, professionalism forgotten. Laura ran up the trail, boots slipping on wet earth, branches whipping her face. The singing followed, staying exactly the same volume no matter how fast she moved, as if the source was moving with her, maintaining perfect distance. The trail opened suddenly into a clearing, and Laura nearly collided with the old bridge across the Solduke River. The wooden structure was 50 years old at least, planks weathered to silver, rope handrails frayed with age. A sign marked it as unsafe, scheduled for replacement. Laura stumbled onto it anyway, desperate to cross the water. Some fragment of folklore echoed in her mind. Spirits couldn't cross running water. It was probably European legend, not Japanese, but she clung to the hope anyway. The bridge creaked under her weight. Halfway across, she made the mistake of looking down. Jordan Hayes stood in the river directly below, water rushing around her waist, her blue hiking gear soaked and darkened. Her head was tilted back at an impossible angle, neck clearly broken, eyes open and staring directly up at Laura. Laura's scream caught in her throat as Jordan's mouth opened and the singing poured out. That same melody, the same Japanese words, but emerging from Jordan's dead lips in a voice that wasn't hers. The bridge planks splintered under Laura's feet. She fell, managed to grab a rope handrail, found herself dangling above the river with Jordan directly below, reaching up with hands that were too pale, fingers too long, still singing in that voice that hurt to hear. Laura's grip slipped. She caught the rope with her other hand, but the fibers were old and rotting, unraveling under her weight. Below, Jordan's broken-necked corpse smiled, water rushing around her, arms outstretched to catch. No, not Jordan's corpse. Jordan's body, but something else looking out through her eyes. Something that had worn that white dress in the photographs, that had been waiting at these falls for 47 years, that needed a new vessel and had chosen Jordan Hayes to fill. A Uri. Laura recognized it suddenly, dredging up half-remembered details from a college anthropology course. Japanese vengeful spirits, souls of those who died in extreme emotional distress, rage, sorrow, injustice. They haunted specific locations, driven by unfinished business targeting those who reminded them of their betrayal. The spirit wearing Jordan's body began to climb from the water, movements too fluid, too graceful. Water streaming from her clothes, but her long black hair, not Jordan's short brown bob, hanging in front of her face. Laura's rope snapped. She plunged into the river, the shock of cold water driving the air from her lungs. The current grabbed her immediately, pulling her under, tumbling her against rocks. Her head broke the surface long enough for one gasping breath before she went under again, swallowing water, her heavy boots and jacket dragging her down. Something grabbed her ankle. Cold fingers, impossibly strong, pulled her deeper. Laura kicked frantically, but the grip was unyielding. She opened her eyes underwater. A terrible mistake, and saw the woman in white beneath her, black hair floating like ink in the current, pale face tilted up, eyes meeting Laura's with recognition and terrible hunger. The spirit's mouth opened, and instead of water rushing in, words emerged clear despite being underwater. You see me? Finally, someone sees me. Laura's lungs were burning, vision darkening at the edges. She was going to die here, drowned like Keiko had drowned, pulled under by the same spirit that had taken Jordan Hayes. Her thrashing hand struck something solid, a rock embedded in the riverbed. She grabbed it, swung it down hard toward the fingers on her ankle. The stone passed through the spirit's hand like it was made of smoke, but the grip loosened for just an instant. Laura kicked free, pushed off the river bottom with all her remaining strength, broke the surface gasping. The current helped now, carrying her downstream and away from the spirit, washing her toward the riverbank. She grabbed an exposed root, pulled herself half out of the water, coughing up river water and bile. The woman in white stood on the opposite bank, watching. Not Jordan's body anymore. The spirit had abandoned that vessel. Just the pale woman from the photographs, hair hanging to her waist. White dress soaked and clinging, looking exactly as she must have looked in 1964 when something terrible happened to her. Who are you? Laura choked out. What do you want? The spirit tilted her head, a gesture that was almost curious. When she spoke, her voice was soft, sad, the melody of her earlier song woven through the words. I am Keiko Nakamura. I was 22 years old. He said he loved me. He brought me here to see the falls. He held me under until I stopped fighting. Laura's entire body was shaking, from cold and from fear, and from the terrible sadness in the spirit's voice. Who? Who killed you? His name doesn't matter. He's dead now. But I remain, always remain, waiting at the falls where he drowned me, where he left my body wedged under rocks, where they found me 3 weeks later and said it was an accident. Keiko stepped closer to the water's edge, and ice began forming where her feet touched the ground. For 47 years I've waited. For 47 years I've tried to be seen. Most people walk right past. They feel the cold. They sense something wrong, but they don't see me. I see you, Laura whispered. Yes. Keiko smiled, and it was the saddest expression Laura had ever witnessed. You see ghosts. You always have. You feel the dead spaces in the world. That's why you came to this place, all these forests, all these places where people disappear and are never found. You can sense where they linger. Laura wanted to deny it, but the truth resonated in her chest. How many times had she felt drawn to certain areas of the park? How many times had she reported unusual feelings about search zones, only to have other rangers dismiss her instincts? The accident 5 years ago hadn't created this sensitivity. It had forced her to acknowledge what she'd been ignoring her entire life. "Where's Jordan?" Laura asked. "Where's her body?" Keiko turned, gestured up the trail. "At the falls, where I showed her the truth, where she understood finally what happened to me." The spirit's expression shifted, grief transforming into something harder. "I didn't mean to hurt her. I never mean to hurt them. But when someone finally sees me, when someone finally acknowledges I exist, I can't help but show them everything. All 47 years of rage and sorrow and loneliness. It fills them up. It drowns them from the inside." "The photographs," Laura said, understanding now. "You took them. You've been documenting yourself, leaving proof that you existed, that you still exist." "Yes. Though the images never last. They fade. They disappear. They're dismissed as hoaxes or tricks of light." Keiko's form flickered, becoming momentarily transparent. "You have the photographs now. You've seen me. Will you tell them? Will you make them believe?" Laura's teeth chattered too hard to answer immediately. She pulled herself fully onto the bank, water streaming from her clothes. "Tell them what? That a vengeful spirit has been haunting Solduc Falls for half a century? They'll put me on permanent medical leave. I'm already on psychiatric medication because I told my doctor I feel presences in the forest." "Then you understand," Keiko said softly. "We are both invisible, both dismissed, both haunting places no one wants to acknowledge." She began to fade, her form losing substance. "Jordan Hayes is at the falls. Her body, at least. What I showed her, what she became after seeing me, you'll find that there too. I'm sorry. I didn't want another death. But the loneliness is so vast, and when someone finally sees me, I can't control what pours out." "Wait." Laura struggled to her feet, but Keiko was already gone, dissipating into mist that the river current carried away. The forest was silent again. The unnatural cold was lifting, temperature rising back to the ambient chill of October in Washington. Laura's radio crackled suddenly, making her jump. "Vega, this is dispatch. Do you copy? Over." Her hand shook as she raised the radio. "This is Vega. I copy. Over." "Where the hell have you been? We've been trying to reach you for 40 minutes. We found something. You need to get to Solduc Falls immediately. Over." Laura looked up the trail, toward where the sound of the waterfall echoed through the forest. Real sound now, not supernatural, just water falling over basalt the way it had for thousands of years. "Copy that," she said. "I'm already en route." "What did you find?" "Over." A pause. Then, "Better if you see it yourself. Just prepare yourself. It's bad." "Over." Laura started walking. Her clothes were soaked, her body hypothermic, but she moved up the trail with mechanical determination. The photographs were still in her pocket, waterlogged but intact. Proof of something, though she didn't know what anyone would believe. The trail climbed steadily for another mile before opening onto the viewing platform at Solduc Falls. The cascade dropped 90 feet over a series of basalt ledges, water thundering into the pool below with enough force to create a constant mist. Two other rangers stood on the platform, Mitchell and Rodriguez from the Port Angeles station. Mitchell's face was gray. Rodriguez was on his radio, calling for the medical examiner. Laura joined them at the railing and looked down. Jordan Hayes was in the pool beneath the falls, wedged between two rocks in exactly the position Keiko Nakamura's body must have been found 47 years ago. Her neck was broken, bent at the same impossible angle Laura had seen in the river. But that wasn't what made Mitchell look sick. Jordan's eyes were open, staring upward, and her mouth was open too, frozen in the act of singing, though no sound emerged. Her hands were positioned as if she'd been trying to pull long hair away from her face, hair she didn't have, hair that had belonged to someone else. "We found her 20 minutes ago," Mitchell said quietly. "The weird thing is..." He stopped, shook his head. "Never mind. You'll think I'm crazy." "Try me," Laura said. "We found her 20 minutes ago," Mitchell repeated slowly. "But the temperature reading from the water says she's been dead for at least 3 days. Since the night she went missing. But that's impossible because... He pulled out his phone, showed Laura a photograph. I took this picture yesterday during the search. Routine documentation of the search area. Laura looked at the image. The pool beneath Solduke Falls, empty except for water and rocks. I was standing right here, Mitchell said. Right where we're standing now. And I'm telling you, there was nothing in that pool yesterday. Nothing. Rodriguez finished his radio call and joined them. Me says 2 hours minimum before they can get someone out here. We're supposed to secure the scene and wait. He looked at Laura's soaked clothes, her blue lips. What the hell happened to you? Fell in the river, Laura said. It wasn't entirely a lie. I'm fine. She wasn't fine. She would never be fine again. Because as she stared down at Jordan Hayes' body, she saw something the other rangers couldn't see. A figure in white standing in the shallows near the corpse, black hair dripping water. Pale hands reaching toward Jordan with a gesture that might have been comfort or might have been claiming. Keiko Nakamura still waiting, still watching, still desperately visible to the one person who could see her. Laura's phone buzzed. She pulled it out, already knowing what she'd find. A new photograph, taken from behind her, showing her standing on this platform. And in the reflection of the water below, alongside her own distorted image, another figure. White dress, dark hair, face tilted up toward the camera. The timestamp read, now. Laura deleted the photo, but another appeared immediately. Then another. Her phone filled with images. Dozens, hundreds, all showing Keiko in different poses, different angles, always near water, always waiting, always alone. The final message simply read, you'll come back. They always come back. The ones who can see me. They always come back. Laura turned off her phone, but she could still feel it buzzing in her pocket. Could still sense the messages arriving, the photographs accumulating, the documentation of a death that happened 47 years ago but was still happening, would always be happening at Solduke Falls. Laura? Rodriguez was staring at her. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. She laughed, a sound that came out too high, too broken. I'm fine. Just cold. The water was cold. But she wasn't fine, and she wasn't just cold. The temperature was normal now, but Laura could still feel the chill in her bones, the same deep cold she'd felt when Keiko grabbed her ankle underwater. The same cold that would follow her home to her cabin, that would wake her at 3:47 a.m. to the sound of singing, that would leave long black hairs on her pillow. Because Keiko was right. Laura would come back. Not because she wanted to, but because she couldn't help it. She was a sensitive, a person who could see what others couldn't. And that gift was a curse that made her visible to the dead. The medical examiner arrived 3 hours later. By then the sun was setting, and shadows were lengthening across the pool beneath the falls. Laura watched as they carefully extracted Jordan Hayes' body, documented the scene, made their official pronouncements about cause of death. Drowning, they said. Accidental. She must have slipped on the rocks, fallen into the pool, struck her head. The broken neck was consistent with impact trauma. A tragic accident, nothing more. Laura didn't mention the photographs. Didn't mention the spirit in white. Didn't mention that Jordan's body had appeared in the pool sometime between yesterday and today, despite being dead for 3 days. She handed over the Polaroids and the old photographs she'd found on the trail, but described them as possible evidence without explanation. The senior ranger flipped through them, frowned, handed them to the medical examiner. Probably been out here for years, he said. You know how hikers are, leave all kinds of trash and weird shit in the woods, probably some art project or something. We'll log them as evidence, but I doubt they're related. By the time they packed up Jordan's body and headed back down the trail, it was fully dark. Laura volunteered to stay and secure the scene until morning, said she'd camp at the ranger shelter near the falls. The others were too tired to argue. She waited until their headlamps disappeared down the trail, until the sound of their voices faded completely. Then she walked back to the viewing platform and looked down at the pool. Keiko was there, standing in the water where Jordan's body had been. The spirit was more solid now, more present, as if Laura's acknowledgement had given her substance. Why didn't you tell them? Keiko asked. They wouldn't believe me, Laura said. Just like no one believed you when you were alive. Just like no one has believed you for 47 years. What will you do? Laura pulled out her phone, opened the camera. Document you. Tell your story. Make them see you, even if they don't believe. She began taking photographs, dozens of them, capturing Keiko in the water, near the falls, standing on the rocks. The spirit watched with an expression of cautious hope. They'll say you're crazy, Keiko warned. They already do, Laura said. She sat down on the platform, pulled out the waterlogged Polaroids from her pocket. Tell me what happened. Tell me everything. I'll write it down. I'll make sure someone knows. And so Keiko spoke. She told Laura about coming to America in 1964, about meeting the man who said he loved her, about the afternoon at Solduke Falls that became her death. She described the water forcing its way into her lungs, the panic, the final terrible understanding that he wasn't going to stop, wasn't going to let her up. Laura listened and took notes on her phone, and when the battery died, she used a pen in the back of an incident report form. She documented everything, the dates, the details, the injustice of a death ruled accidental when it was murder. What happens now? Keiko asked as dawn began to lighten the sky. I don't know, Laura admitted. But you're not invisible anymore, not to me. The spirit smiled, genuinely smiled, not the sad expression from before. Thank you for seeing me, for listening. Will you still... Laura hesitated. Will you still follow me? Leave me those messages? Yes, Keiko said simply. I'm sorry. I don't know how to stop. The loneliness is too vast, and you're the first person in 47 years who's truly seen me. I can't let that go. Laura nodded slowly. She'd expected as much. What about Jordan? Why her? She saw me too, Keiko said. For just a moment, standing near the falls, she looked right at me and saw me. Her eyes widened. She knew. And I was so grateful, so desperate to be acknowledged, that I showed her everything. All my death, all my rage. It was too much. It filled her up and drowned her from the inside, just like water filled my lungs. So I'm next, Laura said flatly. No. Keiko's voice was firm. You're different. You've been seeing spirits your whole life. You have space for me inside you, room for my story alongside your own. Jordan was unprepared. The weight of 47 years of death crushed her in an instant. But you... The spirit studied Laura carefully. You're already haunted. What's one more ghost? Laura laughed bitterly. That's not as comforting as you might think. I know. Keiko began to fade as sunlight touched the pool. But it's the truth. You'll carry me now, my story, my presence, and in return I'll help you. There are others like me in these forests, spirits, presences, the remnants of deaths no one remembers. I'll show you where they are. You can help them, the way you're helping me. I don't want to help them, Laura said. I want to be normal. I want to take my medication and feel nothing and live a normal life. But you won't, Keiko said, and she sounded sad again. Because you can't ignore what you see. It's who you are. The medication won't work. The therapy won't work. This is your gift and your curse. She disappeared completely as the sun rose fully, leaving Laura alone on the platform with pages of notes and a phone full of photographs that would probably disappear like all the others. Laura hiked back to her station as the forest woke around her. Birds were singing again. Normal sounds, nothing supernatural. The temperature was rising to a normal October morning. Everything appeared completely ordinary. But Laura could feel Keiko's presence like a weight in her chest, a cold spot that had nothing to do with her wet clothes. The spirit was there now, woven into Laura's awareness, a constant presence that would never fully leave. Her cabin looked exactly as she'd left it. She unlocked the door, stepped inside, and froze. Long black hairs covered her pillow. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, arranged in careful patterns that might have been Japanese characters or might have been abstract art. Laura's phone buzzed. She pulled it out, Found a new message from an unknown number. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry for the burden, but I'm not alone anymore, and neither are you. Laura deleted the message. Another appeared immediately. There are 17 others in Olympic National Park. 17 deaths that were ruled accidents but weren't. I can show you where they are. We can help them together. 17. Laura's legs went weak, and she sat down heavily on her bed, black hair crunching under her. 17 more spirits like Keiko, waiting to be seen, waiting to be acknowledged, waiting to pour their 40 or 50 or 60 years of death into anyone who could perceive them. She could quit, could turn in her ranger badge, move to a city, find a desk job somewhere far from forests and waterfalls and places where people disappeared. The medication might work there, in concrete and steel, away from the thin places where the dead lingered. But Keiko was right. Laura couldn't ignore what she saw. It was who she was. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was an actual call from dispatch. Vega, you there? We've got another missing hiker, 28-year-old male, last seen on the Ho River Trail yesterday evening. Can you take lead on this one? You've got good instincts for this kind of search. Good instincts. Laura almost laughed. Yeah, she said into the phone. I'll take it. Give me 30 minutes to gear up. She hung up, stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror. She looked exhausted, eyes shadowed, lips still faintly blue from cold, but she also looked different somehow, more present, more solid, as if acknowledging Keiko had made Laura herself more real. The black hairs on her pillow were already starting to fade, dissolving like spider silk the way they had on the trail. By tonight, they'd be gone completely, and by tomorrow, people would think she'd imagined them. But Laura would remember, and Keiko would still be there, in the cold spot in her chest, in the singing at 3:47 a.m., in the photographs that would appear on her phone showing a woman in white standing just behind her reflection. Laura changed into dry clothes, checked her equipment, Garmin GPS, Motorola radio, Benchmade knife. Everything normal, everything professional. Everything exactly as it should be. Except nothing would ever be normal again. As she headed out to search for the missing hiker, the 18th victim in Olympic National Park who might not be missing at all but might be standing at the Ho River, waiting to be seen, Laura felt Keiko's presence strengthen. The spirit was right. They would help the others together. Because Laura couldn't stop seeing them, couldn't stop being the one person in 1,000 who perceived the dead spaces in the world. And because somewhere in Olympic National Park, 17 more spirits were waiting. Waiting to be seen. Waiting to be acknowledged. Waiting to finally, after decades of invisibility, tell someone what really happened to them. Laura drove toward the Ho River Trail as the sun climbed higher, and in her rearview mirror she could have sworn she saw a woman in white sitting in her back seat, black hair dripping water onto the upholstery, pale hands folded peacefully in her lap. When Laura looked back again, the seat was empty, but the wet spots on the upholstery remained. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Thomas O'Brien found the teeth at 8,000 feet, arranged in a perfect circle around what used to be a person. Not all the teeth were human. That was the first thing his mind cataloged, the part of his brain that had earned him a master's in wildlife biology before he'd ever put on a ranger uniform. Molars, yes, human molars, 32 of them, placed with surgical precision in the alpine grass, but interspersed between them, canines too large, incisors too sharp, something that looked like it had come from a wolf but was the wrong color, wrong shape, wrong in ways Thomas couldn't articulate even with his vocabulary of taxonomic classification. The body, what remained of it, sat in the center. Thomas had seen bear attacks, had documented mountain lion kills, had written incident reports on exposure deaths and climbing accidents and one unfortunate encounter with a bull moose during rutting season. This was none of those things. The bones had been stripped clean, but not by scavengers. The flesh hadn't been torn. It had been removed with purpose, almost surgically. What little remained of the soft tissue showed signs of having been gnawed by human teeth. Thomas could see the distinctive pattern of human dental marks on what was left of a femur. His Garmin Montana 680 put him at exactly 7,987 feet elevation, 3 miles up the Iceberg Lake Trail. The coordinates matched where Olivia Rhodes's spot beacon had last transmitted 3 days ago. She'd been reported missing by her hiking partner, who'd become ill and turned back at the trailhead. Olivia had continued alone. Standard solo hike, experienced outdoors woman, all the right gear. Thomas keyed his radio. Motorola APX 4000, theoretically good for 20 miles line of sight. Base, this is O'Brien. I need you to patch me through to the Flathead County Sheriff. We have a situation. Static. He was too high, too deep in the glacial cirque. The mountains blocked transmission. Thomas checked his phone, iPhone 6, supposedly the latest technology, but the single bar of service he'd had at the ranger station was long gone. He took photographs, documented everything, the teeth arrangement, the bones, the location. Then he noticed what else was wrong. It was July. At 8,000 feet in Glacier National Park, July meant wildflowers and meltwater and temperatures in the 60s, sometimes 70s. Thomas could see his breath. The grass around the body was rimmed with frost, delicate crystalline structures that shouldn't exist when the ambient temperature, he checked his thermometer, read 68 degrees. Localized phenomenon. Had to be. Cold air sinking from the glacier above. Some meteorological quirk. Thomas's mind immediately began cataloging explanations even as something deeper, more primal, whispered that he was wrong. He circled the site, careful not to disturb potential evidence. That's when he saw the tracks. Human footprints, bare, pressed deep into the soil. Stride length approximately 6 feet. Whoever had made them was either running or had legs too long for a normal human gait. The prints led away from the body, heading higher up the trail toward Iceberg Lake, and beside them, carved into a piece of birch bark that shouldn't exist this high above tree line. Symbols. Not English, not any European language Thomas recognized. The curves and angles looked almost Native American, possibly Blackfeet. This was their ancestral land, after all. But the arrangement was wrong, chaotic, like someone had carved them in a frenzy. Thomas photographed those too. Then he followed the tracks. The rational part of his mind screamed at him to mark the site, descend, get help. The part that had spent 6 years as a park ranger, that had pulled injured hikers off mountains and talked down suicide attempts at overlooks, told him that if Olivia Rhodes was still alive, if somehow this wasn't her in the center of that tooth circle, he had a duty to find her. The tracks led higher. The temperature dropped. Thomas zipped his North Face jacket, pulled on gloves, and kept climbing. Iceberg Lake Trail was supposed to be spectacular. Wildflowers in July, glacier-fed lake so blue it looked artificial, mountain goats on the cliffs above. Thomas had hiked it dozens of times, led naturalist walks, given talks about the geology and ecology. He knew every switchback, every overlook, every place where pikas nested in the talus slopes. He didn't recognize this trail. The vegetation was wrong, stunted. Alpine firs that should have been vibrant with new growth looked desiccated, as if winter had never released its grip. Wildflowers lay withered in patches of frost. Even the lichens on the rocks looked gray, lifeless. And it was so quiet. No marmots whistling warnings, no birds, not even the sound of insects. Just Thomas's breathing, growing labored in the thin air, and the crunch of frost under his Salomon hiking boots. At the overlook point, where tourists usually stop to photograph the lake still a mile ahead, Thomas found the second body, or what was becoming a second body. The woman sat cross-legged on a flat boulder facing the glacier. She was naked, her clothes torn and scattered around her like she'd shed them in haste. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight over bones that jutted at angles that suggested malnutrition, but her stomach was distended, swollen, like advanced starvation or pregnancy. She was eating. Thomas's gorge rose as he realized what she held in her hands. A human arm, partially consumed. the hand still intact enough that he could see the fingernails painted purple. Olivia Rhodes' missing person report had mentioned purple nail polish, a detail her hiking partner remembered because they'd joked about it, about wearing polish on a backpacking trip. "Ma'am?" Thomas's voice came out strangled. "Olivia Rhodes." The woman's head turned. Not her body, just her head, rotating with a flexibility that no human cervical spine should allow. Her eyes were wrong. Too large, too dark. All pupil with just a thin ring of white around the edges. Her mouth was smeared with blood, and when she smiled, Thomas saw that her teeth were different. Longer, sharper. "So hungry," she whispered. Her voice sounded like wind through dead trees. So hungry, always hungry, never full. Thomas's hand went to his bear spray, then stopped. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't anything he'd been trained for. His mind raced through explanations. Psychotic break, drugs, some kind of prion disease like what happened to the cannibals in Papua New Guinea. But none of them explained the teeth, the eyes, the impossible angle of her neck. "Olivia, my name is Ranger Thomas O'Brien. I'm here to help you. Can you tell me what happened?" "Wendigo." The word came from behind him. Thomas spun. An old man stood on the trail, though Thomas hadn't heard him approach. He was Native American, Blackfeet. Thomas guessed from the region, wearing modern hiking clothes but carrying a bundle wrapped in what looked like deer hide. His face was deeply lined, weathered by decades of mountain weather, but his eyes were sharp and clear. "That's Algonquian," Thomas said automatically. "This is Blackfeet territory." "Wrong." He stopped himself. "You shouldn't be here. This is a crime scene." "No." The old man shook his head. "This is a hunting ground. Has been for longer than your parks, longer than your maps. The Wendigo hunts here." The woman, Olivia, made a sound that might have been laughter or sobbing. She returned to eating, tearing at the flesh with teeth that definitely hadn't been in her mouth when she'd started this hike. "That's not..." Thomas struggled for words. "That's a legend. Folklore. There's no such thing as..." "You're looking at it." The old man moved closer, but not too close. "She violated the taboo, ate human flesh. Now she's transforming. By tomorrow, maybe tonight, she won't be human anymore. Just hunger. Endless hunger in the shape of something that used to be a person." Thomas's scientific training warred with what he was seeing. "She's suffering from exposure and delirium, possibly hypothermia-induced psychosis combined with extreme malnutrition leading to her eating her hiking partner's arm." The old man's voice was gentle, pitying. "Ranger, how long have you worked these mountains?" 6 years. I've walked them for 70. My grandfather walked them for 80 before me. His grandfather before him. We know what lives here. What hunts when winter comes too early, when the cold settles into your bones and the hunger becomes so strong you'd do anything to fill it." Olivia stood. The movement was wrong, joints bending in ways that made Thomas's stomach clench. She dropped the arm. It landed with a wet sound that would haunt his dreams and began walking toward them. "So hungry," she whispered again. "You smell warm, warm and full. Share, please share." The old man unwrapped his bundle. Inside, dried herbs that Thomas didn't recognize. A knife made of obsidian and what looked like bones carved with symbols. "My name is Henry Running Crane," the old man said, still in that gentle voice that suggested he was explaining something to a child. "I'm what you might call a medicine man, though that's a white word for something more complex. My family has been hunting Wendigos for 7 generations. This is the 3rd I've tracked to Glacier. This is insane." But Thomas's hand was shaking as he pulled out his own knife. Bench-made bushcrafter 4-inch blade meant for clearing trail and processing firewood, not for whatever this was becoming. "She needs medical help, psychiatric evaluation. She needs mercy." Henry began walking a circle around them, dropping pinches of the dried herbs. Where they fell, the frost receded slightly. "And you need to decide, Ranger. You can keep trying to explain this with your science, or you can help me save whatever's left of her soul. Olivia, the thing Olivia was becoming, lunged. Thomas's training took over. He sidestepped, muscle memory from defensive tactics courses, and she stumbled past him. But when she recovered, the movement was too fast, too fluid. No human moved like that. She came at him again, and this time Henry was there, the obsidian knife flashing. Not to kill. The blade traced symbols in the air, and where it passed, Olivia flinched back as if struck. "The Wendigo is spirit and flesh," Henry said, his voice steady even as he moved with a precision that belied his age. "Fighting the flesh does nothing. You have to fight the spirit." He began to chant. Not in English, not in any language Thomas knew. The words had a rhythm that seemed to match the pulse Thomas could feel in his temples, in his chest. And as Henry chanted, Olivia screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It was the cry of something starving, something that had been hungry for so long that hunger had become its entire existence. The sound echoed off the mountains, and Thomas heard other sounds answer from higher up the trail. From the glacier. From the peaks. How many? How many people had come to these mountains and never come back? How many missing hikers and presumed accidents were actually this transformation into something that existed in the space between folklore and nightmare? "Help me!" Olivia's voice broke through the Wendigo's cry. For just a moment, Thomas saw the woman in the hiking report. College student, 22, environmental science major, wanted to see the glaciers before they melted. "Please, it hurts. I'm so hungry. I didn't want to, but I was so hungry." Thomas made a decision that violated every regulation, every protocol, every piece of training he'd ever received. He stepped into Henry's circle. "Tell me what to do." Henry's eyes met his, and Thomas saw respect there and sadness. "Hold her. Keep her still. This will hurt her, but it's the only way." Thomas had restrained violent individuals before. Drunk tourists, people in mental health crises, but Olivia fought with strength that shouldn't exist in a body that looked half-starved. Her fingers, no, claws. When had they become claws? Tore at his jacket, leaving gouges in the North Face fabric that should have been impossible. Henry pressed symbols carved into bone against her forehead, her chest, her palms. Where they touched, her skin blistered, smoking in the cold air. She screamed, and Thomas held on, his rational mind completely shattered, operating on pure instinct and a desperate hope that the old man knew what he was doing. The temperature dropped further. Thomas could see ice forming on Olivia's skin, in her hair. Henry's chanting grew louder, more urgent, and suddenly Thomas understood. He was seeing the spirit. The Wendigo, a shadow that overlaid Olivia's body, skeletal and massive, antlers sprouting from a skull that was part deer and part human, and part something else entirely. Eyes like frozen lakes reflecting nothing. Mouth open in an eternal howl of hunger. "It's already too far," Henry said, and his voice broke. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She's too far gone." "No." Thomas tightened his grip. "There has to be something. The only thing left is to free her, before she becomes fully Wendigo. Before she loses everything that made her human." "You mean kill her?" "I mean grant her mercy before she kills and transforms others." Olivia, what was left of Olivia, looked at Thomas with eyes that were mostly Wendigo now, but still held a spark of human awareness. "Please," she whispered. "I don't want to be hungry anymore." Thomas had never killed anything larger than the injured elk he'd had to put down last winter, and that had haunted him for weeks. But he looked at Olivia Rhodes, college student who'd wanted to see glaciers, and saw that Henry was right. Whatever was happening to her was worse than death. How? His voice was steady despite the tears freezing on his cheeks. Henry handed him the obsidian knife. "Through the heart. The spirit knife will cut both flesh and Wendigo. Make it quick." Thomas took the knife. It was surprisingly light, edges sharp enough that he could feel them through his gloves. Olivia tilted her head back, exposing her throat, her chest, offering herself. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for not letting me become..." Thomas drove the blade home before he could think about it, before rationalization and doubt could stop him. The obsidian slid through her sternum as if her bones were made of ice, and Olivia gasped once, a sound of relief rather than pain. The Wendigo shadow screamed and thrashed, trying to hold on to her. But Henry's chanting intensified, and the herbs he'd scattered began to smoke. The spirit pulled away, dissolving into the cold air, leaving only Olivia's body cradled in Thomas's arms. She looked peaceful, human. The distension in her stomach had vanished. Her teeth were normal. She looked like she was sleeping. Thomas held her as the warmth left her body, as Henry finished his prayers, as the sun dropped toward the western peaks and cast everything in shades of gold and red. "The other body," Thomas finally said. "The one with the teeth in a circle. Her hiking partner, Kyle Morrison. He turned completely, became full Wendigo." Henry gestured higher up the trail. "He's up there, in the glacier. I tracked him for 3 days before I tracked her." "You killed him?" "I sent him on." "Yes." Thomas looked at the body in his arms, looked at his hands still holding the obsidian knife, still covered in blood that was steaming in the cold air. "I just committed murder. You committed mercy. I'm a park ranger. I enforce federal law. Thomas stopped, started again. "How do I report this? How do I explain any of this?" Henry began gathering his things, wrapping the knife and bones and herbs back in their deer hide. "You tell the truth. That you found Olivia Rhodes deceased from exposure and malnutrition. That she'd suffered a severe psychotic break, probably induced by hypothermia. That she'd engaged in post-mortem cannibalism on her hiking partner's body due to extreme starvation. It's documented in survival situations won't raise too many questions. That by the time you found her, it was too late to save her. And Kyle Morrison? Bear attack. Probably the same bear that led to Olivia's psychological break. Very tragic. These things happen in the wilderness. It was all lies. All of it." But Thomas looked at the obsidian knife still in his hand, at the frost that was already creeping back now that Henry's herbs had stopped smoking, at the mountains that suddenly felt ancient and full of things his education had never prepared him for. "The Wendigo," he said. "Are there more?" "Always." Henry shouldered his pack. "Every winter, every time someone gets too hungry, too desperate, and crosses the line. The taboo exists for a reason. Not all of them become full Wendigo. Most die first, thank the Creator. But some survive long enough to transform. And then they hunt until someone like me stops them. Why didn't you warn people? Put up signs. Tell the Park Service. Would you have believed me?" Henry's smile was sad. "You're an educated man, Ranger O'Brien. Master's degree. 6 years of experience. You didn't believe until you saw. Until you held her. Would a sign that said, 'Beware of Wendigos,' have done anything except made people laugh?" Thomas had no answer to that. Henry started down the trail, then paused. "You'll see it now. The cold spots in summer. The places where nothing grows. The missing hikers who don't fit the usual patterns. You'll understand what the old stories are really warning about, and you'll have a choice. Keep explaining it away or accept that there are things in these mountains older and stranger than your science accounts for." "I'm a ranger," Thomas said. "I'm supposed to protect people." "Then protect them. Just know that sometimes protection requires methods the Park Service manual doesn't cover." Henry disappeared down the trail, and Thomas was alone with Olivia's body and a knife made of volcanic glass, and the growing understanding that everything he thought he knew about the natural world was incomplete. It took him 4 hours to carry her down. By the time he reached the trailhead where other rangers and the county sheriff were waiting, he'd constructed a plausible story. Exposure, hypothermia, psychotic break leading to cannibalism of deceased hiking partner. Bear attack on partner. Solo hiker found too late to save. They believed him. Why wouldn't they? Thomas O'Brien was known for his rationality, his scientific approach, his detailed reports. If he said it was exposure and bears, it was exposure and bears. The investigation took 2 weeks, closed the trail for 5 days. Helicoptered in a bear management team that found and killed a grizzly with human remains in its stomach, Thomas tried not to think about how convenient that was, how the old medicine man might have arranged it. The official report cited multiple factors: inadequate preparation, solo hiking in remote terrain, unfortunate encounter with wildlife, exposure leading to impaired judgment. Thomas signed off on all of it, filed his reports, gave his statements, and never mentioned obsidian knives or Wendigo spirits or medicine men who hunted things that shouldn't exist. But he kept the knife. Henry had left it with him, wrapped in deer hide, with a note. "You'll need this eventually. They always come back." 3 months later, in October, when the first real snows came to Glacier, Thomas got a call about a missing hunter on the North Ridge. The man's friends reported he'd been acting strangely the day before he vanished, complaining of hunger even after eating, talking about cold spots in the forest, hearing voices calling him higher into the mountains. Thomas requested the assignment, packed his gear, added the deer hide bundle to his emergency kit, tucked in with the first aid supplies and storm gear. The ranger station supervisor asked if he wanted backup. Thomas said no. Some things you had to face alone. Some things required tools that couldn't be explained in an incident report. He found the hunter at 9,000 feet, already changing, eyes going dark and teeth beginning to shift. Thomas used the obsidian knife, said the prayers Henry had taught him, made it quick and as merciful as he could. The official report cited another bear attack. The hunter's family got closure. The mountains kept their secrets. And Thomas O'Brien, who had spent 6 years believing that science could explain everything, learned to recognize the signs. The cold in summer, the hunger that nothing could fill. The moment when a person stopped being human and became something else, something that lived between legend and reality. He never spoke to Henry Running Crane again, but sometimes he found offerings on the trail, dried herbs, carved bones, small acknowledgments from someone who knew that Thomas was keeping watch now, protecting hikers from threats the Park Service manual couldn't account for. On his days off, Thomas read, not his old biology texts, but anthropology papers on Algonquian mythology, Blackfeet oral histories, academic analyses of taboo behaviors across cultures. He learned that the Wendigo existed in many forms, under many names, wherever humans pushed into territories they weren't meant to occupy without proper respect. And he understood finally that the forests held more than trees and wildlife. They held memory, held spirits, held consequences for those who forgot that nature wasn't just backdrop for human recreation, but a living system with rules older and stranger than federal regulation. Thomas O'Brien never stopped being a ranger, never stopped believing in science and evidence and rational explanation. But he added another layer to his understanding, a recognition that some truths lived in the space between explanation and experience, in the places where folklore and reality overlapped. And when the cold came early, when the frost appeared in July, when hikers went missing with that particular wrongness that meant they'd crossed a line they shouldn't have crossed, Thomas packed his gear, grabbed the deer hide bundle, and went hunting. Not for bears, not for natural threats, for the hungry things that wore human shapes until hunger consumed everything else, for the Wendigos that proved some legends existed for reasons no laboratory could measure. And sometimes, late at night in his cabin, Thomas thought about Olivia Rhodes, about her purple nail polish and environmental science degree and the moment she'd looked at him with human eyes and begged for mercy. He thought about the obsidian knife and Henry Running Crane's sad smile and the realization that protecting people sometimes meant doing things that couldn't be written in reports. The mountains remembered. The forests remembered. And now Thomas remembered too. He kept watch, and when the cold came early, he was ready. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The trail camera captured frame 2847 at 11:43 p.m. Empty desert. Frame 2848 at 11:43 p.m. 7 figures standing motionless, facing the lens. Lisa Hoffman cycled through the images 3 times on her laptop screen, searching for the glitch that would explain the impossibility. Motion-activated Reckonix trail cameras didn't malfunction like this. She'd set up hundreds across her 7 years as a wildlife biologist with the National Park Service, documented everything from mountain lions to illegal ATV traffic, and never once had she seen a frame where human figures simply materialized between 1 second and the next, in a location she'd personally verified was empty when she'd installed the camera 6 days ago. The figures weren't blurred by movement, weren't partially visible at frame edges suggesting they'd walked into shot. They were simply there, 7 adults standing in a rough semicircle 20 feet from the camera, their postures identical, arms at sides, heads tilted at the same 15-degree angle, faces catching the infrared flash in a way that made their features seem flat, featureless, like masks of human skin stretched over something that didn't quite understand facial structure. Lisa zoomed in on the nearest figure. The image pixelated but retained enough detail to make her stomach turn. The person, if it was a person, wore hiking clothes that looked wrong, as if someone had dressed a mannequin based on description rather than observation. The boots were on the correct feet but unlaced. The shirt was buttoned but the buttons were in the wrong holes. And the hands hung too low, knuckles almost brushing knees, proportions that suggested the arms contained an extra joint somewhere between elbow and wrist. Equipment failure, Lisa said aloud to her empty ranger station office, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd built a career on measurable data and peer-reviewed methodology. Sensor malfunction creating composite image from multiple frames, memory card corruption, something explainable. But the metadata was clean, single frame, captured at 11:43:17 p.m. on August 4, 2013, exposure and focus both within normal parameters. And frame 2849, captured 1 second later, showed the semicircle empty again, just desert sand and creosote bushes, and the red sandstone wall of the canyon beyond. Lisa pulled up the incident report that had prompted her to review the camera footage. Connor Burke, 32, experienced desert hiker from Moab, had filed a permit for a 4-day solo backpacking trip through the Needles district of Canyonlands National Park. His vehicle was found 3 days past his expected return date at the Elephant Hill trailhead, keys in the ignition, wallet and phone on the dashboard, like he'd stepped out intending to come right back, and simply never did. The trail camera was positioned at mile marker 8 along his planned route, a junction where the Chesler Park Trail intersected with the Joint Trail through a narrow slot canyon. If Connor had followed his permit, he'd have passed the camera on his second day out, but there was no footage of him. Just that single impossible frame of 7 figures who appeared and vanished like they'd been edited into reality itself. Lisa had seen the missing person posters around Moab, the Facebook groups demanding answers, the conspiracy theorists suggesting everything from alien abduction to government cover-up. She'd dismissed it all with the casual contempt of someone who dealt in facts, who understood that people got lost in wilderness through mundane failures of preparation and judgment, not supernatural intervention. The desert killed through dehydration, heat stroke, falls in slot canyons, rattlesnake bites, all statistically documented, all explainable. What the desert didn't do was make 7 people materialize and dematerialize on trail cameras, while leaving 0 physical evidence of their presence. Lisa exported the images to her phone, grabbed her field pack, and headed for the trailhead. It was 6 a.m., early enough to hike 8 miles before the August heat became dangerous, late enough that she'd have full daylight to examine the camera site. She'd find the rational explanation. Teenage pranksters, tribal members conducting ceremonies they didn't want documented, even art installation by someone making a statement about surveillance. Something that didn't require abandoning the epistemological framework that had guided her through undergraduate at UC Davis, master's at Colorado State, and 7 years of professional field biology. The Needles district earned its name from the red and white sandstone spires that jutted from the earth like teeth, erosion carving the landscape into a maze of canyons, arches, and narrow passages that could disorient even experienced navigators. Lisa had worked this section of Canyonlands for 3 years, knew the trails well enough to hike them in her sleep, had published 2 papers on desert bighorn sheep population dynamics, using data collected from these exact canyons. She passed the 4-mile marker at 7:30, the temperature already climbing toward 90. Her Garmin GPS showed she was precisely en route, following Connor Burke's planned path with the methodical precision that made her valuable to the NPS. At mile 6, she found the first anomaly, boot prints in the sand that started mid-stride, as if the person making them had dropped from the sky. She photographed them with her phone, noted the size, men's 10, consistent with Connor Burke's equipment list, and followed their direction. The prints led toward the canyon wall, then stopped. Not at the wall, but 3 feet before it, in open sand. Lisa circled the area, searching for where the trail resumed, and found nothing. Just those impossible prints, beginning nowhere and ending nowhere, violating the basic principle that footprints required continuous contact between feet and ground. She pulled out her field notebook and documented the observation, her handwriting precise despite the unease building in her chest. Aero 7 45 hours. Mile 6.2. Discovered discontinuous track evidence, consistent with missing hiker Burke. Size 10 hiking boot. Track origin point shows no approach indicators. Terminus shows no departure indicators. Possible explanations: wind erosion, unlikely given depth and definition. Animal disturbance, no paw prints present. Human fabrication for unknown purpose. The sun climbed higher. Lisa's water consumption increased. And the desert, which she'd always understood as hostile but comprehensible, began revealing patterns that violated her understanding of how physical space worked. At mile 7, she found another camera, not hers, older model, the kind serious wildlife photographers used. It was mounted to a juniper tree. Lens pointed toward a game trail bighorn sheep used to access a seep spring. Lisa checked the memory card and found it full. 8,000 images spanning 3 weeks. She scrolled through them rapidly on the camera's display screen, watching the usual parade of wildlife: mule deer, coyotes, ravens, the occasional bighorn. Then, starting 2 weeks ago, the pattern changed. Every image captured after sunset showed the same thing: figures in the background, barely visible, standing motionless in positions that suggested they'd been there for hours. As the days progressed, the figures moved closer to the camera, their numbers increasing. 2, then 4, then 6, then 12, until the final images showed nothing but bodies pressed against the lens, faces filling the frame with that same flat, mask-like quality Lisa had seen in her own camera's footage. The timestamp on the final image was August 4th at 11:43 p.m., the same moment her camera had captured the 7 figures. As if whatever these things were had moved between locations instantaneously, been photographed simultaneously by cameras 8 miles apart. Lisa's rational mind offered explanations: coordinated prank, multiple people working together, clever editing. But her body, the part of her that evolution had tuned to recognize predators and threats, understood something her intellect refused to accept. She was being hunted, had been since she entered the Needles. Maybe since she'd reviewed that first impossible frame and decided to investigate rather than file it as equipment malfunction and move on. She continued toward mile marker 8, her hand resting on the bear spray at her hip, despite knowing that whatever she was dealing with wouldn't be deterred by capsaicin. The slot canyon that led to the camera site narrowed progressively, red sandstone walls rising 50 feet on either side. The sky reduced to a ribbon of blue overhead. In the confined space, sounds echoed strangely. Her footsteps seemed to come from ahead and behind simultaneously, creating the illusion of company where she knew she was alone. The trail camera was exactly where she'd mounted it 6 days ago, still secured to its anchor bolt in the sandstone. But the camera itself had been opened, the memory card removed and placed carefully on the ground beside it. And written in the sand beneath the camera, in letters formed by what looked like finger dragging, was a message in a language Lisa didn't know but somehow understood anyway. You don't believe. Good. Easier when they don't believe. Lisa's skepticism, her armor of scientific methodology and empirical evidence cracked. Not broken, she wasn't ready to abandon rationality, but fissured, letting in the possibility that reality contained more than her education had prepared her for. She photographed the message, collected the memory card, and turned to retrace her route back to the trailhead. Connor Burke stood blocking the canyon. Lisa's breath caught. She knew it wasn't actually Connor, had never seen him in person, only photos from the missing person report, but the resemblance was perfect. Same height, same build, same sun-bleached hair and sun-darkened skin. He wore hiking clothes identical to what his gear list specified. Blue synthetic shirt, khaki pants, Vasque boots. Even his posture matched the confident stance of someone comfortable in wilderness. But when he spoke, multiple voices emerged, his own layered with others, men and women and children, dozens of voices speaking in unison. You're the scientist, the one who measures everything, the one who thinks counting sheep makes you understand the desert. Lisa's hand moved to her radio, muscle memory overriding the surreal horror of the moment. This is Ranger Hoffman requesting immediate assistance at... The thing wearing Connor Burke's face smiled, and the smile was wrong, the lips pulling back too far, revealing teeth that were human-shaped but the wrong color, wrong texture, like they'd been carved from sandstone rather than grown from calcium. Radio won't work. We're not where you think you are. Not when you are. Time runs different in the spaces between places. Lisa pressed the transmit button anyway. Static answered, but underneath the static she heard voices, her own voice, repeated hundreds of times, all saying, requesting immediate assistance, in slightly different tones as if she'd been trapped here making the same call for hours or days or years. She ran, not back toward the trailhead. The thing blocked that direction, but deeper into the slot canyon, toward the technical section where the walls narrowed to shoulder width and required sideways shuffling to navigate. Behind her, footsteps that didn't sound like footsteps, more like something with too many joints trying to approximate human locomotion. The canyon twisted, branched again. Lisa had mapped these passages, knew the route that led to Chesler Park and from there to multiple exit points. But the landmarks were wrong. Arches appeared in walls where no arches should exist. Side canyons opened onto vistas that showed desert stretching to horizons in directions that didn't correspond to any geography she'd studied. She emerged into a chamber she'd never seen despite 3 years working these canyons. A circular space 50 feet across, walls carved with petroglyphs that looked ancient but showed modern figures. People with cameras, people with phones, people with the equipment of 21st century tourists. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in that same semicircle from the trail camera footage, 7 bodies lay in the sand. Not dead. Not exactly. Their chests rose and fell with respiration, but their eyes were open and empty, their faces slack, their bodies positioned with that same identical posture Lisa had seen in the photographs. And she recognized 2 of them from missing person reports, hikers who'd vanished in canyonlands over the past year. Their cases unsolved, their bodies never recovered, because they'd been here, in this place that existed in the desert, but not quite of it. Connor Burke was the 3rd body. Lisa knelt beside him, checked his pulse, thready but present. His skin was cool despite the desert heat, his pupils responsive to light but tracking nothing. Whatever had happened to him, it had left his body functioning but taken something essential, some quality that separated living human from biological machine going through motions without consciousness. They walk between shapes, a voice said behind her, and Lisa spun to find an elderly Navajo woman sitting on a boulder at the chamber's edge, her presence so natural, it was like she'd always been there and Lisa had only just noticed. That's what Yinald Lushi means, the ones who walk on all fours. But it's not about 4 legs. It's about wearing different skins, being one thing and another thing, existing in spaces that aren't quite here or there. Lisa's skepticism surged back, reflexive and defensive. That's folklore, skinwalker legends, cultural stories, not what? Not real? The woman's expression held pity rather than anger. You measure the world in numbers, biologist. Count the sheep, track the predators, write your papers about population dynamics. But some things can't be counted because they're never quite present enough to measure. They exist in the gaps between observations, in the spaces your science doesn't acknowledge. Science acknowledges everything that can be empirically verified, Lisa said, hearing how absurd the words sounded in a chamber that shouldn't exist, surrounded by comatose hikers who'd been missing for months. If something exists, it leaves evidence. They leave evidence. You're standing in it. The woman gestured at the bodies, the petroglyphs, the canyon itself. Every year, people vanish in the desert. You write reports attributing it to exposure, dehydration, falls. But some of them end here, in places your maps don't show, taken by things that learned to walk upright when your ancestors were still in trees. They wear faces to hunt, biologists. They wear voices. They wear the shapes that let them get close to prey before the prey understands it's being hunted. Lisa wanted to argue, to demand evidence that met scientific standards, to maintain the epistemological boundaries that separated rational understanding from superstitious nonsense. But 7 bodies lay at her feet, including a man who'd been missing for 8 days, and her GPS showed she was simultaneously at mile marker 8 and nowhere, that corresponded to any mapped coordinates, the device flickering between readings like it couldn't decide which reality to report. How do I get them out? Lisa asked, pragmatism overriding philosophy. These people have families. They need medical attention. I need to. You can't take them. They're not fully here anymore. The Yi-Nald-Lushi took something when it took their shapes. Memory, maybe. Or the part that knows how to be human rather than just look human. They're anchors now, holding the spaces open between what is and what else might be. That's not acceptable. Lisa's voice carried the authority of federal law enforcement, the weight of institutional power, the conviction that humans with radios and helicopters and search and rescue teams could impose order on wilderness. I'm calling for medical evacuation. I'm bringing them home. The old woman shook her head slowly. You still don't understand. There is no home for them anymore. The thing wearing their shapes took that, and it's wearing your friend's shape right now, walking around Moab asking about you, learning your pattern so it can wear you too when the time comes. Connor Burke's body, the real Connor, comatose in the sand, suddenly convulsed, his back arching, his mouth opening to release a sound that wasn't quite human scream or animal cry, but something that contained both and something else. Besides, something that suggested vocal cords designed for language humans never developed. The sound echoed off the canyon walls, multiplying, until it seemed like hundreds of voices were screaming in unison from the stone itself. The other 6 bodies answered, their own voices joining the chorus, and in that moment Lisa understood what the old woman meant about shapes and skins and spaces between. These people weren't prisoners or victims in any conventional sense. They were batteries, their life force siphoned to maintain whatever impossible geometry allowed this chamber to exist outside normal space-time. Their consciousness used as fuel to power the Yi-Nald-Lushi's ability to walk between worlds. You're saying Connor Burke, the real Connor, is gone? Lisa heard herself ask, medical training warring with the impossibility she was being asked to accept. His body's here, but some skinwalker is walking around wearing his identity. Not just identity, memory, personality. Everything that made him him, copied perfectly because they've had millennia to learn how humans work. Your friend's family won't know the difference. His co-workers won't. His girlfriend won't. Only when it's hungry will the mask slip, will the thing underneath show through. And by then it'll be too late because it'll have gotten close to someone else, learned them well enough to take their shape when it's done feeding. Lisa's mind raced through the implications. If what the old woman said was true, and the evidence surrounding her suggested it was, then Connor Burke's family was currently mourning a man who was simultaneously comatose in an impossible canyon and walking around impersonating their loved one. And if there were 7 bodies here, 7 people who'd vanished in Canyonlands over the past 2 years, then there were potentially 7 skinwalkers wearing their shapes, integrated into their communities, waiting for opportunities to hunt. This is happening all over, Lisa said slowly, puzzle pieces clicking into place. The missing person statistics for Canyonlands are higher than any comparable park, not because the terrain is more dangerous, but because this is thin place, the woman finished, where the boundaries between worlds wear down. The Navajo know to avoid these canyons when the heat does strange things to the air, when the light bends wrong, when the tracks appear that don't connect to anything. But tourists don't know. Scientists don't know. So they walk into places like this and the Yi-Nald-Lushi take them, wear them, use them to take more. Lisa's radio suddenly crackled with her own voice. Hoffman to base, requesting immediate assistance. I've found Burke. He's alive but unresponsive. Need medical evacuation at... The voice cut off mid-sentence, replaced by Connor Burke's voice. Forget what you saw, Lisa. Chalk it up to heat stroke. Write it off as hallucination. Go back to counting sheep and pretending the world is measurable. Then a third voice, one Lisa didn't recognize. She won't forget. She's too curious, too arrogant in her certainty that science explains everything. She'll investigate, she'll document, and when she does, we'll add her to the collection. The radio died. The old woman stood, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints protested, but whose will remained undiminished. You have a choice, biologist. Accept that your understanding of reality is incomplete, that your measurements miss what's most important, that the desert contains things your science can't acknowledge. Or maintain your skepticism, file your reports about equipment malfunction and missing hikers, and wait for the night when something wearing a face you trust comes to take your shape. Those aren't choices, Lisa protested. Those are threats dressed up as wisdom. If skinwalkers are real, if this... She gestured at the chamber, the bodies, the impossible geography, is actually happening, then we need to respond with force. Get tribal authorities involved, FBI if it's crossing reservation boundaries, bring in specialists who what, who measure, who document, who apply scientific method to things that exist specifically in the spaces science doesn't examine. The woman's laugh was bitter. You think you're the first educated person to stumble into this? Every few years, someone like you finds these places, sees what's really happening, and decides institutional power can solve it. Then they file reports that get dismissed, conduct investigations that find nothing, bring in experts who chalk it up to mass hysteria or environmental toxins or anything that fits existing frameworks. Because accepting the truth means accepting that human understanding is fundamentally limited, that we're not the apex predators we like to believe, that the world is stranger and more hostile than our civilizations acknowledge. Lisa wanted to argue, but the evidence surrounded her in ways that scientific methodology couldn't dispute. She'd found bodies. She'd documented impossible photographs. She'd watched her GPS give contradictory readings and heard voices emerge from her radio that shouldn't exist. At some point, maintaining skepticism became its own form of delusion, a refusal to acknowledge data simply because it violated her theoretical framework. What do I do? Lisa asked, the question costing her more than she'd expected, requiring admission that her education and experience were insufficient for the situation she'd encountered. You learn. You listen to the people whose ancestors have survived alongside these things for millennia. You stop dismissing tribal knowledge as folklore and start recognizing it as empirical observation accumulated across generations. And you protect yourself because now that you've seen this place, now that you know what's possible, the Yinald Lushi will come for you. Maybe tonight, maybe next month, but eventually, they can't let you leave knowing what you know. The old woman produced something from a pouch at her waist, a small bundle of herbs bound with red string, reeking of sage, and something else Lisa couldn't identify. Carry this. It won't stop them, but it'll make you harder to track between worlds, harder to pin down long enough to take your shape, and stay in groups. They hunt best when people are isolated, when there's no one to verify reality, when belief can be manipulated. Lisa accepted the bundle with hands that trembled despite her best efforts at control. And Connor? The others? What happens to them? They stay here, in this place that's barely a place, keeping the doorway open. That's their purpose now. That's what they gave up when they walked into canyons that bend wrong and ignored the feeling that said turn back. The woman moved toward a passage Lisa was certain hadn't existed moments ago. A gap in the sandstone that seemed to ripple like liquid stone. You should leave too. Before the sun sets and the spaces get wider. Before more of them come to see what caught their attention. Lisa looked at the 7 bodies one final time. Connor Burke's face was peaceful, almost serene, no indication of the horror his consciousness might be experiencing if any consciousness remained. She wanted to stay, to attempt evacuation, to apply the institutional resources she'd spent 7 years learning to deploy. But the old woman was right. Whatever these people had become, they were beyond her ability to save with helicopters and medical teams. She followed the woman through the rippling passage, her GPS screaming confusion, her radio cycling through voices that might have been other rangers or might have been something else wearing ranger frequency. The passage twisted, narrowed, and suddenly Lisa was standing at the mouth of the Joint Trail Slot Canyon, the sun overhead indicating no time had passed, despite her sense that she'd been in that impossible chamber for hours. The old woman was gone. The passage behind Lisa showed only solid sandstone. No gap or door or indication that anything existed beyond surface reality, and when Lisa checked her GPS, it showed mile marker 8, exactly where her trail camera was mounted, exactly where she should be according to the laws of geography and map-making. She hiked back to the trailhead in a daze, her mind processing what she'd seen against the framework of what she'd believed about how the world worked. By the time she reached her vehicle, the cognitive dissonance had crystallized into something harder. Determination. If skinwalkers were real, if they were hunting in canyon lands using the shapes of their victims, then Lisa's response couldn't be to dismiss or ignore or file reports that would be disbelieved. Her response had to be documentation, evidence gathering, building a case so thorough that institutional power would be forced to acknowledge what she'd found. Over the following weeks, Lisa became obsessive. She pulled missing person reports going back a decade, correlated them with lunar phases and seasonal patterns, identified clusters that suggested coordinated hunting rather than random wilderness mortality. She reviewed footage from every trail camera in Canyonlands, finding dozens of images similar to her own, figures that appeared between frames, groups that watched cameras with that same flat, mask-like quality. She interviewed tribal members, approached respectfully this time, listened to stories she'd previously dismissed as cultural narrative rather than empirical observation. The patterns emerged. Yinald Lushi hunting during new moons, targeting solo hikers who displayed arrogance or disrespect toward the land, taking shapes and wearing them for months or years before discarding them for fresh victims. But when Lisa presented her findings to the superintendent, when she laid out the evidence in careful detail with photographs and witness statements and statistical analysis, the response was exactly what the old woman had predicted. Sympathetic concern about heat stress, suggestions she take leave to recover from the trauma of searching for Connor Burke, gentle implications that her objectivity had been compromised by isolation and fear. Lisa realized then that institutional power couldn't address what she'd found, because institutions were built on consensus reality, on shared agreement about what was possible. Skinwalkers existed in the gaps of that consensus, in the spaces where belief wavered and certainty fractured. Fighting them required different tools than what her biology degree and federal badge provided. She started spending time with tribal consultants, learning protective practices and recognition signs. She modified her trail camera protocols, adding equipment the old woman suggested. Silver wire around memory cards, cameras pointed at crossroads rather than straight trails, backup batteries blessed by medicine people who understood that technology and tradition weren't opposing forces, but complementary approaches to understanding. And 3 months after Connor Burke disappeared, Lisa was hiking the Needles district when she encountered him. The thing wearing his shape, still playing the role, still acting as though search and rescue would find him eventually. It smiled at her with Connor's smile, spoke with Connor's voice, asked about the investigation with Connor's casual interest. But Lisa had learned. She'd learned to see the small wrongnesses, the way its shadow fell at angles that didn't match sun position, the fact that its boots left no tracks despite walking through sand, the slight delay between its lips moving and words emerging, as if whatever intelligence controlled the meat puppet had to consciously remember how speech synchronization worked. "Hello, Connor," Lisa said carefully, her hand resting on the herb bundle in her pocket. "We've been looking for you." "I know," it replied, and for just a moment the mask slipped. The voice layered wrong, the face too still, the eyes reflecting light at an angle that suggested they weren't entirely solid. "We appreciate your concern, but some of us prefer the desert to civilization. Some of us like the space between places better than the places themselves." Lisa maintained eye contact, remembered the advice, Show fear and they feed on it, show aggression and they'll retaliate. Show neither and they get confused, uncertain how to categorize you as prey or threat. I understand. I also prefer spaces between. That's why I became a field biologist rather than laboratory researcher. The thing wearing Connor tilted its head, studying her with interest that felt clinical rather than predatory. You've changed, Ranger Hoffman. You used to measure everything, trust only data, dismiss what you couldn't quantify. Now you carry herbs in your pocket and avoid speaking our name directly. The old woman taught you well. She taught me that reality is larger than my education prepared me for. That ancestral knowledge accumulated across millennia might have validity my 4 years of graduate school didn't provide. That's good science. Updating your model when new evidence contradicts old assumptions. And yet you still work for them. Still wear the uniform, still carry the radio, still pretend that institutional power can manage what lives in these canyons. The thing's smile widened, and Lisa saw too many teeth, arranged in patterns that suggested its jaw was flexible in ways human jaws weren't. You're caught between worlds now, biologist. Not quite believer, not quite skeptic, not quite prey, not quite threat. Useful, maybe, or dangerous. We haven't decided. Lisa forced herself to breathe steadily, to maintain the careful neutrality that kept her alive. I'm documenting, building evidence, protecting people who don't know what they're walking into when they hike these trails. That's my job, whether you understand it or not. We understand jobs. We understand roles and purposes and functions. We're very good at wearing them, at performing humanity convincingly enough that even experts can't tell the difference. The thing stepped closer and Lisa smelled that impossible scent. Desert sun and something older. Something that predated humans by enough millennia that comparison became meaningless. But understanding and caring are different things. We don't care about your job, Ranger Hoffman. We care about hunger, and you smell like someone who's learned just enough to be interesting, but not enough to be truly dangerous. Then it was gone. Not walking away, but simply absent. Leaving Lisa standing alone on the trail with her heart hammering and the herb bundle burning hot against her palm like it had absorbed heat from warding off something her eyes couldn't properly see. She filed no report about the encounter, added it instead to the private documentation she maintained, the shadow case file that tracked patterns and incidents that official records couldn't acknowledge. And she continued her work, her patrols, her camera monitoring, operating now with dual consciousness. The official role that counted sheep and tracked weather patterns and performed wilderness management, and the shadow role that watched for signs of things that wore human faces without being human, that hunted in spaces her education insisted couldn't exist. Connor Burke's body was never recovered officially. His case remained open, his family held memorial services, and something wearing his shape was seen occasionally in Moab, living a life that resembled his own well enough that most people never questioned whether the man they knew was exactly who they thought he was. But Lisa questioned. Had learned to question everything, to look for the wrongnesses that indicated reality wasn't quite cohering properly, to recognize that her earlier certainty had been armor against understanding rather than tool for it. The desert had broken her arrogance the way it broke most things that entered believing they understood it. Through simple persistence, through revealing layer after layer of strangeness until resistance became exhausting, and acceptance became the path of least resistance. She never found that impossible chamber again, though she searched. Never encountered the old Navajo woman who taught her that folklore was functional rather than metaphorical. But she carried that knowledge forward, modified her work to include protection she'd once have mocked as superstition, warned hikers about things the NPS manual didn't acknowledge existed, and sometimes reviewing trail camera footage late at night in her office, Lisa would find them, frames that showed figures standing motionless, watching with patient hunger, waiting for the next solo hiker who walked into their territory without proper respect or recognition. She'd document them carefully, add them to her shadow files, and continue the work of trying to protect people from threats that institutional power refused to acknowledge. The skeptic in her, the part that had earned biology degrees and published papers about population dynamics, never fully surrendered. Still demanded evidence, still sought patterns, still tried to build frameworks that could explain what she'd experienced. But that skeptic now operated alongside something else, something that recognized there were ways of knowing that didn't require peer review. That ancestral wisdom sometimes encoded truths that took science centuries to rediscover. That being wrong about the fundamental nature of reality didn't mean abandoning the scientific method, but expanding it to include data sets her education had trained her to dismiss. Lisa Hoffman remained a ranger, remained a biologist, remained someone who measured and documented and tried to make sense of wilderness through careful observation. But she'd learned that careful observation sometimes revealed things that contradicted everything you thought you knew, and that the appropriate response wasn't to reject the observation, but to question the framework that couldn't accommodate it. The desert kept its secrets. The Yi Nald Lushi kept hunting, and Lisa kept watching, documenting, protecting what she could while acknowledging that protection had limits when the threats existed in spaces between spaces, or faces stolen from victims, and operated according to rules that predated human civilization by enough time that comparison became meaningless. That was the real horror. Not that monsters existed, but that they were patient, that they hunted in plain sight wearing familiar faces, that they'd adapted to human presence by becoming perfect mimics, indistinguishable from what they copied. Science could document them, tribal knowledge could recognize them, but neither could eliminate them, because they existed in the gaps between belief systems, thriving precisely where certainty failed and consensus fractured. Connor Burke's family mourned. The thing wearing his shape continued playing its role. And somewhere in Canyonlands, in a chamber that existed in desert but not quite of it, 7 bodies maintained breathing and heartbeat without consciousness, their stolen selves walking around in skin they'd been born in but no longer owned. Lisa documented everything, built evidence that would be dismissed, warned people who wouldn't listen, and continued the work of trying to protect those who entered wilderness without understanding that some places were genuinely wild in ways that civilization couldn't domesticate, that some hungers couldn't be satisfied by anything humans considered food, that some things wore faces for the same reason hunters wore camouflage, to get close enough to prey before the prey realized it was being hunted. The trail cameras kept recording. The figures kept appearing. And Lisa Hoffman kept watching, the reformed skeptic who'd learned that reality was larger and stranger than her education had suggested, that some questions didn't have answers that fit existing frameworks, that the appropriate response to encountering the impossible wasn't to deny it, but to expand your understanding until the impossible became simply improbable, documented and managed as best as limited human power allowed. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Emily Sorensen found the journal at mile marker 12, its pages swollen with moisture that wasn't rain. The Hoh River Trail stretched ahead through cathedral columns of Sitka spruce, their trunks thick as cars and wrapped in velvet moss that glowed emerald even in the weak October light. She'd been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 3 seasons, long enough to know that the forest kept secrets in its bones, and short enough that the knowing still made her skin crawl in ways she couldn't explain to her supervisor. The journal lay open on a nurse log, its spine cracked at an angle that suggested violence rather than carelessness. Emily crouched beside it, her Garmin GPS unit beeping softly on her belt. 12.3 miles from the visitor center, exactly where Sophia Carr's day pack had been reported by hikers 2 mornings ago. Everything else belonging to the missing woman remained absent. Tent, sleeping bag, the expensive Canon camera Sophia's sister had mentioned during the initial report. Just this journal, and the wrongness that radiated from it like heat from coals. Emily didn't touch it immediately. She'd learned young that some objects carried weight beyond their physical mass. Her grandmother's word for it had been tsukareta, tired, worn down by accumulated emotion. Her mother had dismissed it as superstitious nonsense from the old country, but Emily had felt it her whole life. The psychic residue of human suffering clinging to places and things like oil film on water. The journal in front of her practically vibrated with it. She photographed it first. documenting its position with 3 different angles before sliding on nitrile gloves and lifting the cover. The handwriting inside was controlled, almost compulsively neat, the kind of penmanship that suggested someone fighting hard to maintain composure. Sophia Carr had been 28, a freelance photographer from Portland specializing in Pacific Northwest wilderness. Her permit indicated a solo 4-day backpacking trip along the Hoh River Trail, summiting at Blue Glacier before looping back. She'd checked in at the ranger station 72 hours ago, told Emily's colleague David Ramirez that she was chasing the perfect shot of old growth in fog. The first entry was dated 3 days prior, written in that precise hand. Mile 5. The trees here remember things. I know how that sounds, but I can feel it. Not hostile, just aware, like walking through a sleeping giant's dream. The moss absorbs all sound. It's beautiful. It's suffocating. Emily's radio crackled. She flinched at the sound, annoyed at her own jumpiness. Sorensen, this is base. Status update? She pressed the transmit button on her Motorola. 12 miles in on Hoh River Trail. Found the missing hiker's journal. No sign of Carr herself yet. Continuing search pattern northeast toward Lewis Meadow. Copy that. Weather's deteriorating. Front moving in faster than predicted. You've got maybe 4 hours of decent visibility. Understood. Sorensen out. She turned back to the journal, flipping through pages that grew progressively more disturbed. Sophia's entries became shorter, more fragmented. Mile 8. Can't shake the feeling of being watched, not by animals. Something else. The cold here doesn't make sense. It's coming from inside the trees. Then, Mile 10. Found something strange off trail. Old structure, maybe 1920s logging camp. Decay wrong. Everything rotted except one building. Wood shouldn't preserve like that in this climate. Took photos. Won't develop them. Don't want to see what might be in the windows. Emily's breath misted in the air, which shouldn't be possible. It was October in western Washington, mild for the season, temperature holding in the mid-50s according to her gear. She exhaled again, watching vapor curl from her lips like smoke. The sensation of being observed, which she'd been suppressing since entering this section of trail, suddenly intensified into something physical. Pressure against her temples, a ringing in her ears like after a concert. The next journal entry was written in a different pen, the ink darker, the letters jagged. They cut her hair first. That's what the ranger told me, the old one. The Japanese woman who isn't in any of the park records I looked up online. She said they shaved Kimiko Tanaka's head before burning the house. Said it was mercy that hair could trap the spirit. But they did it to humiliate her, didn't they? To strip away the last dignity before the fire. Emily's hands had gone numb. She wasn't cold exactly. The sensation was more like submersion, like dropping through water into a darkness that had been waiting specifically for her. Kimiko Tanaka. The name resonated in her chest cavity like a struck bell. She didn't know it, had never heard it before, but her body recognized it anyway. Some ancestral acknowledgement that made her want to run. She forced herself to keep reading. The ranger, her name tag said Sorensen, but she looked wrong, like a photograph superimposed over reality. She told me Kimiko worked as a camp cook in 1942. Unmarried, 31 years old. The only Japanese person for 50 miles after the internment orders. They didn't intern her because the logging camp was so remote, so needed. She cooked their meals and cleaned their quarters and never complained. Then someone's wedding ring went missing. Then money from a footlocker. They blamed Kimiko because who else could it be? Strung her up from the big hemlock, the one that's still there, the one with the broken branch. But she didn't die from the rope. Took too long. They got impatient. Set the bunkhouse on fire with her inside. The journal ended there. Mid-page. The rest of the book virgin paper. Emily stood abruptly, her equilibrium swinging like she'd surfaced too fast from deep water. The forest had changed while she read, or her perception of it had. The moss seemed darker, less emerald and more the color of deep bruises. The spaces between trees had multiplied, geometry that made her eyes water when she tried to focus, and the temperature continued dropping. her breath now coming in thick clouds despite the mild October air that should be holding steady. She needed to radio this in, get SAR mobilized with the journal as evidence of Sophia's mental state. But when Emily reached for her Motorola, her fingers closed on empty air. The radio was gone from her belt, though she could have sworn she'd clipped it there after the last transmission. Her GPS unit was also missing. The bear spray canister from her chest holster, gone. She patted her pockets frantically, finding only her compass, which spun uselessly without settling on any direction. "Okay," she said aloud, needing to hear her own voice to anchor reality. "Equipment failure, not impossible. Stay calm and retrace steps to last known position." But when she turned around, the trail had vanished. Not obscured by fog or hidden by fallen timber, simply absent, as if it had never existed. She stood in a clearing of ferns and moss that stretched in all directions, the massive trees forming walls without gaps, their roots weaving patterns that looked increasingly deliberate the longer she stared. And in the distance, barely visible through the timber, a structure emerged from the gloom. Wooden walls weathered silver, a collapsed roof, windows that gaped like empty eye sockets. The building from Sophia's journal, the one that shouldn't be preserved, the one where they burned Kimiko Tanaka alive 75 years ago. Emily's gift, curse, liability, whatever name best fit, had always been subtle before. A sick feeling in old houses, headaches at accident sites, dreams that warned her away from certain hiking trails. But this was different. This was reality bending itself around trauma so profound that it had carved permanent scars in the fabric of whatever separated the physical world from what lay beneath. And she, with her sensitivity, her cursed receptiveness to the suffering of the dead, had been marked the moment she touched that journal. She started walking toward the structure because what else could she do? The trees permitted no other direction. The moss under her boots made no sound, as if even the forest floor was holding its breath. As she approached, details resolved. A doorway listing on broken hinges, kanji characters carved into the lintel that her grandmother had tried to teach her but she'd never bothered to learn properly. Something about hair and binding. Something about return. Inside the structure, what remained of furniture had fused with the floorboards. Beds and tables melted into the wood like they'd been exposed to intense heat, though the building itself showed no char marks. In the far corner, barely visible in the failing light, a shape huddled that might have been a pile of old fabric or might have been something else. "Sophia?" Emily's voice cracked. "Sophia Carr?" The shape didn't respond, but something else did. The temperature dropped so fast that ice crystals formed on Emily's eyelashes. Her lungs seized, air too cold to process, and when she gasped, she tasted copper and ash. Then came the sound. Not quite footsteps, more like weight distributing across old floorboards. And with it the smell, decay and incense, funeral flowers left too long in stagnant water. Emily spun toward the doorway and froze. A woman stood in the entrance, silhouetted against the failing daylight. She wore white. Not the white of clean linen, but the white of bone left to weather, of snow that's absorbed pollution. Her hair hung in front of her face in a black curtain so thick that no features were visible, the strands reaching past her waist and moving independently of any breeze. When she raised one arm, the sleeve fell back to reveal skin that had the waxy, translucent quality of something long submerged. Emily's gift screamed at her, every nerve firing warnings that came 75 years too late. This was Kimiko Tanaka, or what remained after decades of rage had burned away everything human, leaving only the Onryo, the vengeance spirit from her grandmother's stories, the thing that returned when injustice went unpunished, when shame and fury outlived the body that first contained them. The figure took a step forward, and Emily saw what lay beneath the black hair. Not a face, but an absence of face. Features smoothed away by fire until only eye sockets remained, deep and dark and fixed on Emily with unmistakable recognition. "I didn't..." Emily's voice failed. She tried again. "I didn't hurt you, that wasn't me." But that didn't matter, did it? Her grandmother had explained the rules of Onryo when Emily was young enough to have nightmares about them. They didn't discriminate. Vengeance without discretion. punishment for proximity. And Emily, with her sensitivity, her openness to the spiritual world, was more than merely proximate. She was permeable. The spirit lunged. Emily threw herself sideways, crashed through rotten furniture, felt splinters drive into her palms. The Onryo moved in a way that violated physics, one moment in the doorway, the next directly behind Emily, that smell of decay intensifying until Emily's stomach heaved. She rolled, came up running, burst through the structure's back wall where the wood gave way like paper. Outside, the forest had changed again, or perhaps revealed its true nature. The trees stood closer together now, their branches interweaving overhead to block all but the weakest light. And everywhere, carved into bark, painted on stones, scratched into the moss, were symbols Emily recognized from her childhood. Kanji for binding, return, hair, shame. Some looked old, weathered by decades. Others were fresh, cut recently into living wood. Sophia had been here, had seen these, had written about them in her journal before whatever happened to her happened. Emily ran deeper into the trees, her ranger training screaming that she should stay put, that moving in reduced visibility was how people died in the wilderness. But staying meant facing the Onryo again, meant feeling that supernatural cold that seemed to freeze not just flesh, but the electrical impulses in her brain, the chemical reactions that sustained thought and identity. She burst into a clearing and stopped so abruptly she nearly fell. 27 photographs hung from branches like obscene fruit, each one fixed with wire through punched holes in the cardstock. Sophia's photographs, Emily recognized the professional quality, the careful composition. But the subject matter was wrong. Each image showed the same scene, the structure where Emily had found the journal, but occupied. In the windows, pale faces pressed against the glass. In the doorway, that white-clad figure, hair obscuring everything above the shoulders. And in every photograph, getting progressively closer to the camera, approaching through frames like a flipbook animation of pursuit. The final photograph showed only darkness and that hair, filling the entire frame, individual strands visible in terrible detail. Emily's radio, the one that had disappeared from her belt, lay at the base of the tree where the last photograph hung. When she picked it up, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped it, the device crackled with a voice that wasn't quite the dispatcher's, wasn't quite human. They cut her hair first, the radio said, words grinding like stones, stripped her dignity, burned her alive for crimes she didn't commit. 75 years of rage, Ranger. 75 years of hunting. Do you understand? The forest remembers. The trees remember. And I remember. Where is Sophia Carr? Emily demanded, her voice steadier than she felt. What did you do to her? The photographer? Laughter like wind through hollow logs. She came looking for beauty and found truth instead. She photographed what should stay hidden. She saw me in the windows, in the reflections, in the negative space between trees. She tried to run. They all try to run. Emily thought of Sophia's journal, those final entries written in different ink, describing things she couldn't have known. She's dead, isn't she? Dead. Alive. These words have lost meaning here. The photographer is where she belongs now, keeping me company in the place where they trapped me, where they thought rope and fire could end what they started with cruelty. But shame doesn't die, Ranger. Injustice doesn't decompose, and neither do I. The radio died with a burst of static. Emily stood in the clearing, surrounded by photographs of her own approaching death, and made a decision that probably meant her own end, but was the only choice her training and her conscience would allow. She needed to find Sophia Carr's body. She needed to document this, and if she couldn't leave this forest alive, she could at least leave evidence. She pulled out the journal from her pack, clicked on her headlamp, thankfully still functioning, and began to write, documenting everything. The location, the symbols, the photographs, the encounter with the Onryo. Her hand cramped from writing so fast, words sometimes illegible in her haste, but she captured the essential facts. If another ranger found this, if someone came looking, they needed to understand what waited in these woods. As she wrote, The temperature continued dropping. Frost formed on the photographs above her head, crystals spreading across Sophia's captured images until the faces in the windows were obscured by ice. Emily's breath came in shorter gasps, each inhalation burning her throat. When she finished writing, she carefully placed the journal at the base of the tree, weighted it down with rocks so it wouldn't blow away. Then she turned to face the forest and spoke clearly, hoping the Onryo could hear, hoping some trace of Kimiko Tanaka still existed beneath the rage. "You were wronged," Emily said. "Murdered for crimes you didn't commit, left to burn while innocent. I acknowledge that. I witness it, and I'm sorry. Not for myself, because apologies from strangers mean nothing. I'm sorry that justice never came. I'm sorry that shame outlived those who should have carried it. I'm sorry that your name was forgotten while your killers probably died peacefully in their beds." Silence. Then, from behind her, "Sorry doesn't restore stolen dignity." Emily turned slowly. The Onryo stood 5 feet away, close enough that Emily could see the details her mind had tried to erase during the first encounter. The melted flesh, the exposed bone structure, the way the hair moved with purposeful intelligence like it was somehow alive, somehow the most vital part of what remained. "No," Emily agreed. "Sorry doesn't fix anything, but maybe witness does. Maybe acknowledgement does. You've been alone here for 75 years, with only victims to punish and no one to confirm that what happened to you was monstrous. I see you, Kimiko Tanaka. I know what they did. And I'm telling your story. It's written in that journal, and other rangers will find it, and your name will be remembered for something other than their shame." The spirit tilted her head, an eerily human gesture that made Emily's chest constrict. "You think words in a book matter to the dead?" "I think rage this strong comes from wanting to be seen," Emily said, her grandmother's lessons surfacing through decades of dismissal. "I think you've been screaming into silence for 3/4 of a century, and I think maybe, if someone finally listens, if someone finally acknowledges the injustice without flinching from it, maybe the screaming can stop." "The photographer didn't listen," the Onryo said. "She only saw material for her art. She photographed suffering like it was aesthetic." Emily's stomach turned. "Where is she?" The spirit gestured toward the structure. That slow movement that suggested time operated differently for her. "In the place where they trapped me, where her camera captured my image one too many times, trapping me again in silver and chemicals. So I showed her what it means to be trapped, to be bound by others' perception, to have your humanity reduced to a cautionary tale." Emily started toward the structure, her legs heavy as if moving through waist-deep water. The Onryo followed, not threatening exactly, but present. A cold pressure at Emily's back that made her skin crawl. Inside the building, Emily's headlamp illuminated what she'd been too panicked to examine properly before. Sophia Carr sat in the far corner, back against the wall, camera still clutched in her hands. Her eyes were open but unseeing, her face locked in an expression of terminal terror. But she was breathing, shallow, irregular breaths that suggested something between life and death, consciousness trapped in a body that couldn't escape. "Jesus Christ," Emily whispered. She knelt beside Sophia, checked her pulse. Thready, but present. "Sophia, can you hear me?" No response. Sophia's eyes didn't track Emily's movements, didn't respond to the light shining directly into them. Whatever the Onryo had done, it had left Sophia functionally catatonic, trapped in her own mind the way Kimiko had been trapped in this structure. "Let her go," Emily said, standing to face the spirit. "This isn't justice. This is just more cruelty, more injustice. You're becoming what they were. Someone who punishes the innocent because punishment feels better than powerlessness." "The innocent?" The Onryo's voice rose, the windows rattling in their frames. "She exploited tragedy for profit, turned suffering into portfolio pieces. How is that innocent?" "She's a photographer," Emily said desperately. "She takes pictures. That's not the same as what they did to you. That's not even close. And if you can't see the difference, then they won. They burned away your humanity so thoroughly that all that's left is rage without reason," the spirit screamed. And it was worse than any sound Emily had heard in her life, not because of volume, but because of what it contained. Decades of pain compressed into a single expression, all the words Kimiko Tanaka never got to say when they put the rope around her neck, when they shaved her head, when they watched her burn. The structure shook, boards splintering, the roof dropping chunks of rotten wood. But Emily stood her ground, even as her ears rang and blood trickled from her nose. "I'm not leaving without her," she said when the sound finally stopped. "If you want to trap someone, trap me instead. I'm the one with the gift, the sensitivity. I'm the one who can actually hear you, really hear you, not just photograph what I don't understand. I'll stay. I'll witness your story for as long as it takes. But let Sophia Carr go." The Onryo moved closer, that hair reaching out to brush against Emily's face. Where it touched, Emily's skin went numb, cells dying on contact with something that had been dead for so long that its corruption had become contagious. The spirit leaned in, those empty eye sockets inches from Emily's face, and whispered in a voice that might have once been beautiful before fire destroyed her throat. "You would trade yourself for someone you don't even know?" "That's what Rangers do," Emily said, surprised by the steadiness in her voice. "We protect people in these spaces, even from things we don't fully understand, even from injustices that predate our birth. Let her go, Kimiko. Let one person leave this forest with their mind intact. Show me that compassion didn't burn away completely." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the Onryo withdrew, that black hair retreating like living shadow. The temperature rose fractionally, still cold, but no longer the bone-deep freeze that suggested proximity to something that had learned to weaponize absence of warmth. "Take her," the spirit said. "But you'll leave something behind. That's the price of witness. Part of you stays here, part of you carries this story, and you'll never be quite warm again, Ranger. Never quite free of knowing what humans can do to each other when they're afraid, when they need someone to blame. That's the real curse, not the supernatural horror, but the banal evil that creates it." Emily nodded, understanding the terms even if she didn't fully comprehend the mechanism. She grabbed Sophia under the arms, started dragging her toward the door. The photographer was dead weight, still catatonic, but Emily pulled with everything she had, her ranger training kicking in with proper lifting techniques, distribution of weight. At the doorway, Emily paused, looking back at the Onryo one final time. "Your name is Kimiko Tanaka," she said clearly. "You were 31 years old. You worked as a camp cook. You were murdered in 1942 by men who needed someone to blame for their own failures. That's the truth. That's what I'll tell anyone who will listen. You weren't a cautionary tale or a ghost story or a warning. You were a person, and what happened to you was inexcusable." The spirit said nothing, but something in the quality of her silence felt less like rage and more like grief. The original emotion that fury had been protecting all these decades. Then she faded, not disappearing exactly, but receding, her presence withdrawing to somewhere deeper in the structure, deeper in the woods, deeper in whatever dimension the truly wronged dead inhabited. Emily dragged Sophia into the forest. The trees moved aside this time, branches parting to reveal the trail, the actual trail, marked with the familiar blazes that Emily knew by heart. Her radio crackled back to life on her belt, the dispatcher's voice cutting through static with coordinates and weather updates that made sense again, time resuming its normal flow. It took her 3 hours to get Sophia to the nearest trail access point, where a SAR team was already mobilized searching for them both. The paramedics took over, loaded Sophia onto a stretcher, started asking Emily questions she couldn't fully answer because some truths don't translate into official reports. In the ambulance, under harsh fluorescent light that made everything feel brutally real, Sophia suddenly grabbed Emily's wrist. Her eyes focused for the first time in hours, terror giving way to confusion. "Did you see her?" Sophia whispered. "The woman with the hair?" "Yes," Emily said simply. "I couldn't stop photographing her. She was in every shot, closer each time, and I couldn't stop. It was like my camera was possessed, like she was pulling herself through the lens into the real world. using my work as a bridge. She's trapped there, Emily said, in that place where they killed her, and she's angry, but also alone. 75 years alone with no one acknowledging what happened to her. Sophia's grip tightened. You talked to her. I witnessed her, Emily corrected. I listened, and I promised to tell her story. Over the following weeks, as Sophia recovered in Harborview Medical Center in Seattle, Emily researched Olympic National Park archives, historical societies, interviews with elderly locals who remembered the old logging camps. She found Kimiko Tanaka in faded records, a single photograph from 1941, a young woman with long black hair smiling at the camera, proud and dignified. Employment records showing she worked at Camp 7 from 1939 to 1942. A death certificate listing accidental fire as cause, signed by a coroner who was also the camp supervisor, witnessed by men who later bought property with mysterious cash infusions. Emily wrote it all down, compiled it into a report that went far beyond standard NPS documentation. She sent copies to historical societies, to Japanese American community organizations, to anyone who might ensure Kimiko Tanaka's name lived somewhere other than in rage and frost and the spaces between trees. She returned to the Hoh River Trail once more, 3 months later, when winter had properly settled over Olympic National Park. Snow covered the forest in silence, and Emily walked the familiar path with offerings she'd researched carefully. White chrysanthemums, incense sake in a ceramic bottle. At mile marker 12, she found the structure, now just a collapsed pile of rotting timber, no longer preserved beyond reason. Emily arranged the offerings carefully, bowed in the manner her grandmother had taught her decades ago, and spoke Kimiko's name 3 times to the quiet forest. She didn't see the onryo again, but she felt something release, a tension in the air dissipating like held breath finally exhaled. The cold that had settled into Emily's bones after that first encounter never fully left. Even in summer, she carried an extra layer, needed the heat turned higher than her colleagues, woke sometimes in the night with frost forming on her windows from the inside. It was the price of witness, as the onryo had promised. A permanent reminder that some horrors don't end. They just find people willing to acknowledge them. Sophia Carr left the Pacific Northwest 3 weeks after her discharge from the hospital. Before she left, she gave Emily a small box containing every photograph from that trip, undeveloped rolls of film that she'd never printed and never would. I can't look at them, Sophia said, but I can't destroy them either. Maybe someday someone will need to see what I saw. Maybe they'll understand better than I did. Emily kept the box in her ranger station office filed under evidence ongoing, because that's what it was. Evidence that the land remembered, that injustice carved scars visible only to those willing to look, that the dead sometimes refused to rest until someone finally acknowledged their names and their stories without flinching from the horrible truth. On quiet nights when Emily patrolled the Hoh River Trail, she sometimes saw movement in her peripheral vision, black hair in the distance, white fabric between trees. But she never felt threatened. The onryo's rage had diminished from forest fire to candle flame, sustained now not by vengeance but by the simple fact of being remembered. Kimiko Tanaka existed in record now, her humanity preserved in documents and interviews, and Emily's steadfast refusal to let her story be reduced to ghost story cliché. The forest kept its secrets, but some secrets needed telling. Some wounds needed witness before they could begin to heal, and Emily, with her cursed gift of sensitivity, her unwanted receptiveness to the suffering of the dead, had finally found the purpose it implied, not to flee from the horror humanity created, but to stand in it long enough to say the names of those it destroyed. On her final patrol before winter closure of the trail, Emily placed one last offering at mile marker 12, a photograph she'd found in the archives, the one of Kimiko smiling in 1941, her long black hair catching sunlight, proud and alive and deserving of better than she received. She weighted it down with stones so it wouldn't blow away, a marker for a grave that never officially existed, a memorial for someone who'd been erased from records, but never from the land that absorbed her anguish. The temperature dropped as Emily stood there, her breath misting in the late autumn air. But this time the cold felt different. Less like assault and more like acknowledgement. Less like curse and more like covenant. She'd promised to remember, and she would. For the rest of her life she'd carry this story, this cold, this knowledge of what humans could do to each other when fear turned neighbor against neighbor. That was the real horror Kimiko Tanaka had tried to teach her. Not the supernatural manifestation, but the all-too-human cruelty that created it. The rope and the fire and the shaved head were gothic window dressing on a simple, terrible truth. That injustice doesn't die with its victims, and shame outlives those who should have carried it. Emily touched her fingers to the photograph, bowed once more, and walked back down the trail toward civilization. The forest watched her go, the trees standing sentinel over secrets they'd held for 7 decades and would hold for 7 more. And somewhere in the spaces between those trees, a woman with long black hair and a white dress stood beside her own image. Finally witnessed, finally named, finally remembered for who she'd been before humans made her into something else. The cold followed Emily down the mountain, settling deeper into her bones with every step. But she didn't mind anymore. It was honest, this cold. A fair price for truth, for justice delayed but not fully denied, for the hard work of looking at horror without flinching and saying, yes, this happened, and someone needs to remember so it doesn't happen again. That was enough. That had to be enough, because some stories didn't have happy endings, only true ones. And truth was its own kind of memorial for those who died in rage and shame, and the terrible silence of being forgotten. Emily Sorensen walked out of the forest carrying Kimiko Tanaka's story like a weight she'd never fully set down, and in the years that followed, whenever someone asked about the cold that never left her, she'd tell them about the woman who was murdered in 1942, whose name was erased from history but not from the land, who taught a young ranger that the most haunting ghosts are the ones we create through our own cruelty. That was the story. That was the witness. That was the price and the purpose both. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The photographs were wrong. Not blurry, not corrupted. Wrong. Benjamin Reeves had taken them himself 3 days ago. Empty trail, afternoon light through Douglas firs, routine documentation. But the face in frame 14 hadn't been there. Couldn't have been there. A woman's face, pale as paper, partially obscured by black hair, staring directly at the camera from between 2 trees he'd walked past without seeing anything. He'd noticed it an hour ago while cataloging the week's patrol images on his laptop. At first he'd thought it was a trick of shadow and moss, the kind of pareidolia that made people see faces in wood grain or clouds. But when he zoomed in, the resolution was too good, the details too specific. The woman's eyes were open. She was looking at him. Benjamin's hands had gone cold. Not a chill, but a sudden absence of warmth, as if the heat had been pulled from his skin. He knew that feeling, had felt it before in certain sections of the Hoh rainforest where the moss grew thick enough to muffle sound completely. In the abandoned homestead near Deer Park where the air tasted like rust. In the grove of Sitka spruces near Rialto Beach where birds refused to nest despite ideal conditions. He'd learned to ignore that feeling during his 8 years as a ranger at Olympic National Park. Learned to rationalize it as nothing more than his mind playing tricks. The result of too much solitude and too many nights reading about local disappearances before bed. But the face in the photograph wouldn't rationalize. It was there, captured at 2:47 p.m. on October 4th, 2011 on the Spruce Railroad Trail, exactly where Kayla Morrison had been reported missing 2 days later. Benjamin closed the laptop and walked to the window of the ranger station. Outside, the October rain fell in sheets across Lake Crescent, turning the water the color of slate. The Douglas firs surrounding the station swayed in the wind, their branches scraping against the roof with sounds like fingernails on wood. It was 11:47 p.m. He was alone. He'd been alone since his shift partner, Dave Chen, had transferred to North Cascades 3 months ago, leaving Benjamin as the sole overnight presence at the Fairholme station. The face in the photograph had Kayla Morrison's bone structure. He was sure of it now. He'd studied her missing person photo for days. the 26-year-old graduate student from Seattle who'd been researching old-growth forest ecology, last seen on the Spruce Railroad Trail on October 6th. Her car had been found in the parking area, tent still set up at her permitted campsite, field notes organized neatly in waterproof bags. No signs of struggle, no signs of anything except an abrupt absence, as if she'd simply stepped off the edge of the world. But she'd been there on October 4th, in Benjamin's photograph, 2 days before she was reported missing, which meant either his camera's timestamp was wrong or something impossible had happened. Benjamin opened the laptop again. The face stared back at him, partially obscured but unmistakable now that he knew what he was looking for. The way the hair fell across her features, the angle of her jaw. But the expression was wrong. Kayla's missing person photo showed a woman with bright eyes and an easy smile. The face in frame 14 had no expression at all. Just a blank, terrible stillness. He scrolled to frame 15. Empty trail, identical angle, 1 second later. Frame 16. Empty. 17. 18. All empty. Just the one image with the face, as if she'd existed for exactly 1 second before vanishing again. The cold feeling spread from Benjamin's hands up his arms. Not fear exactly. He'd learned to distinguish between rational concern and the other thing, the sense that had plagued him since childhood. His grandmother had called it sensitivity, the Portuguese word sliding off her tongue with a mixture of pride and warning. She'd had it too, she said, the ability to feel when places were wrong, when the boundary between what should be and what shouldn't be had worn thin. She'd told him to trust it, to listen when his body warned him. But his parents had been scientists, rational people who dismissed his childhood nightmares as overactive imagination. By the time he was 12, he'd learned to suppress it, to build walls between his conscious mind and whatever part of him registered wrongness like others registered temperature. Those walls were crumbling now. Benjamin grabbed his Motorola XTR radio and considered calling it in, but calling what in? A face in a photograph that might be pareidolia, might be a timestamp error, might be nothing at all. Search and rescue had already combed the Spruce Railroad Trail twice. They'd found nothing. The official theory was that Kayla had gone off trail, possibly fallen, possibly gotten disoriented in the dense undergrowth. The Hoh rainforest could swallow people whole if they weren't careful. Every year, someone underestimated the terrain, overestimated their navigation skills, and vanished into the green cathedral of moss and ferns and ancient trees. But Benjamin had walked that section of trail. He'd felt it. The wrongness had been so thick he'd nearly turned back, had forced himself to continue only because turning back would have meant acknowledging what he was feeling, and he'd spent too many years building those walls to let them collapse over a feeling. He saved the photograph to a flash drive and shut down the laptop. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the station's roof with increasing urgency. The wind howled through the Douglas firs, and Benjamin thought he heard something else beneath it. A sound like breathing, rhythmic and wet. He stood absolutely still, listening. The sound faded. Probably just water running through the downspouts. Probably nothing. His Garmin GPS map 64 sat on the desk next to his rain gear. He picked it up, checked the battery level, and clipped it to his belt. He told himself he was just being prepared, that checking his gear was routine. But he knew he was lying. He was preparing to go out there, to the Spruce Railroad Trail, to the exact spot where he'd taken frame 14. The rational part of his mind, the part his parents had nurtured and his training had reinforced, told him this was stupid. It was nearly midnight. The rain was getting worse. He was alone. And if something happened, there'd be no one to call for backup until the day shift arrived at 6 a.m. But the other part of him, the part he'd spent years trying to suppress, was screaming. That part knew something was wrong with a certainty that transcended logic, and it wouldn't let him rest until he'd gone back to that trail. Benjamin put on his rain gear, a Gore-Tex jacket and waterproof pants, both dark green with the National Park Service logo, and grabbed his Streamlight ProTac flashlight. He checked his emergency kit, first aid supplies, emergency beacon, space blanket, waterproof matches, compass. His Benchmade bushcrafter knife hung from his belt in its leather sheath. Everything regulation, everything by the book. As if following procedure could protect him from whatever he was about to walk into. He left a note on the desk. Spruce Railroad Trail, 11:58 p.m., investigating Morrison disappearance, and locked the station behind him. His Ford F-250 sat in the parking area, water streaming off its hood. The drive to the Spruce Railroad trailhead would take 20 minutes in good weather. In this rain, probably 30. Benjamin started the engine and pulled onto Route 101, heading west. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the downpour. The road was empty, the forest pressing in from both sides, a solid wall of darkness broken only by his headlights. He passed the turnoff to Storm King Ranger Station, past the boat launch at Fairholme, past the handful of cabins where tourists stayed in summer but which now sat dark and abandoned with the approach of winter. The Spruce Railroad Trail parking area appeared on his right, a small pullout barely visible in the rain. He parked next to Kayla Morrison's car, a silver Honda Civic that had been sitting here for over a week now, waiting for an owner who would never return. The sight of it sent fresh cold through Benjamin's chest. He grabbed his flashlight and stepped out into the rain. The sound of water hitting his hood was deafening. Rain poured through the canopy above, channeled by thousands of branches and leaves into concentrated streams. Benjamin switched on the flashlight and started down the trail. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow path that ran along Lake Crescent's northern shore. To his left, the lake was invisible beyond the trees, though he could hear waves lapping against the rocky beach. To his right, the forest rose steeply, old-growth Douglas firs and western hemlocks creating a ceiling so dense that even in daylight, the trail existed in permanent twilight. He walked quickly, counting his steps. The spot where he'd taken frame 14 was approximately half a mile in, just before the first tunnel. The trail here had been part of an old railroad line that once hauled timber and supplies around the lake. Now the rails were gone. The grade converted to a hiking path, but the tunnels remained. 3 of them carved through solid rock, dark throats that swallowed hikers for brief stretches before spitting them back out into the filtered green light of the rainforest. Benjamin's sensitivity kicked in before he reached the spot. It hit him like walking into a wall of ice water, that sudden, breath-stealing cold that had nothing to do with temperature. The air itself felt wrong, too thick, pressing against him from all sides. His flashlight beam seemed weaker somehow, as if the darkness here was denser, hungrier. He stopped walking. This was it, the exact spot. He recognized the 2 Douglas firs on the right side of the trail, their trunks marked with the bright green moss he'd photographed. But something was different now. Between the trees, just visible in his flashlight's beam, was a shape. A dark mass that hadn't been there 3 days ago. Benjamin approached slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs. The shape resolved as he got closer. A tent. Not Kayla's tent. Hers was still at her campsite, miles away. This was different. Older. The fabric was stained dark with moisture and something else. Something that might have been mold or might have been blood. It was partially collapsed, the support poles bent at unnatural angles. He called out, "National Park Service. Is anyone in there?" No response. Just the rain and the wet breathing sound of water moving through the forest. Benjamin circled the tent, looking for an entrance. The zipper was open, the flap hanging loose. He aimed his flashlight inside. Empty. Not abandoned empty, but wrong empty. The interior was pristine, as if no one had ever used it. No sleeping bag, no gear, no signs of habitation. But the tent walls were covered in writing. Benjamin leaned closer, his flashlight beam trembling slightly. The writing was in Japanese. Kanji characters, hundreds of them, covering every inch of fabric in neat, obsessive rows. He didn't read Japanese, but he recognized the repetitive nature of the text. The same characters over and over again, written with what looked like charcoal or dried blood. The cold intensified. Benjamin's breath came out in visible puffs now, despite the October temperature being in the mid-50s. His sensitivity was screaming at him to run, to get back to his truck, to call for help. But he couldn't move. The writing held him transfixed, the characters seeming to shift in his peripheral vision. rearranging themselves into patterns that his conscious mind couldn't quite process, but that some deeper part of him recognized as profoundly wrong. A sound behind him. Footsteps on wet trail. Benjamin spun, his flashlight beam cutting through the rain. Empty trail. Nothing but Douglas firs and western hemlocks and the thick carpet of ferns that covered the forest floor. But he'd heard footsteps, he was certain. The distinctive sound of boots on packed earth and gravel. Kayla? His voice came out hoarse. Kayla Morrison? The rain answered him, intensifying until it sounded like static, like white noise drowning out everything else. Benjamin backed away from the tent, his flashlight sweeping the trail in wide arcs. Nothing. No one. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure against his skin. He could feel eyes on him, multiple sets of eyes, though when he looked there was nothing to see except trees and rain and darkness. He pulled out his radio. Fairholme Station. This is Ranger Reeves. I'm on the Spruce Railroad Trail, approximately half-mile from the parking area. I've found an unregistered tent at the Morrison disappearance site. Requesting backup. Static answered him. Pure white noise. No voices. No acknowledgement. Benjamin adjusted the frequency and tried again. More static. The radio was working. He could see the transmission indicator lighting up. But nothing was getting through, or nothing was responding. A figure appeared on the trail ahead. Benjamin's flashlight beam caught her in mid-step. A woman in white, her kimono soaked through and clinging to her skeletal frame, her hair hanging in long black ropes that covered most of her face. She stood absolutely motionless, her bare feet pale against the dark earth of the trail. Benjamin's flashlight fell from his hand. It hit the ground with a plastic crack, the beam swinging wildly before coming to rest, pointing at the forest canopy. In the sudden darkness, he could see the woman more clearly, as if light had been obscuring her rather than revealing her. She was glowing faintly, a phosphorescent pallor that reminded him of bioluminescent fungi. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers too long, too thin. Where her face should be was only hair and a suggestion of features beneath, a mouth slightly open, and eyes that reflected no light at all. The temperature dropped another 20 degrees in an instant. Benjamin's breath crystallized in front of him. Ice formed on the wet fabric of his rain gear, crackling softly. The woman took a step forward, her movement completely silent despite the muddy trail. Then another step. She moved like something that had forgotten how human locomotion worked, her joints bending at wrong angles, her gait too smooth. Benjamin's training finally kicked in. He bent, scooped up his flashlight, and ran. Back toward the parking area, his boots slipping on the wet trail, branches whipping at his face. Behind him he heard nothing. No footsteps pursuing him, no sounds of movement. But the cold followed him, wrapping around him like a living thing. And his sensitivity was howling with terror so primal that conscious thought barely registered. He burst out of the forest into the parking area, gasping for air. His truck sat where he'd left it, water streaming off its hood. Kayla Morrison's Honda was still there too, and standing between the vehicles, illuminated by his flashlight beam, was the woman in white. She hadn't followed him. She'd arrived before him, or had been here all along, waiting. Benjamin scrambled into his truck, slammed the door, locked it. His hands shook so badly he could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. He threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning on the wet pavement, and peeled out onto Route 101. In his rearview mirror, the woman stood in the middle of the parking area, perfectly still, growing smaller as he accelerated away. Her figure remained visible far longer than should have been possible, that faint phosphorescent glow cutting through the rain and darkness. He made it back to Fairholme Station in 15 minutes, the truck fishtailing around corners, speedometer pushing 70 on roads designed for 45. He locked himself inside the station, checked every window, every door. His radio still produced only static. He tried his cell phone, no signal, which wasn't unusual out here, but the timing felt deliberate. He was cut off, alone, with something that couldn't possibly exist, but that he'd seen with absolute clarity. Benjamin's training told him to stay calm, to think rationally, to find a logical explanation. But his sensitivity knew better. Whatever that woman was, she wasn't human, wasn't alive, was something that violated every natural law he'd been taught to believe in. He opened his laptop and pulled up the photograph again. Frame 14, the face between the trees. He zoomed in as far as the resolution allowed. The woman's features were clearer at higher magnification. The same pale skin, the same black hair, the same mouth slightly open, revealing darkness inside. And now that he was looking for it, he could see what he'd missed before. The white fabric of a kimono, barely visible behind the tree trunks. Kayla Morrison had been researching old-growth forests. Benjamin pulled up her research proposal from the case file he'd downloaded earlier. She'd been specifically interested in the ecological history of the Pacific Northwest, particularly the impact of early 20th century Japanese immigration on forest management practices. Her research had focused on the areas around Lake Crescent, where a small Japanese fishing and logging community had existed in the early 1900s before being displaced during World War II. Benjamin opened a new browser window and searched for Japanese fishing community Lake Crescent. The search results loaded slowly over the station's satellite internet connection. Several historical society articles appeared, documenting the settlement that had once existed near what was now the Spruce Railroad Trail. The community had been small, maybe 30 families, but thriving until the internment camps. Everyone had been forced to leave in 1942. Their homes had been burned, their possessions confiscated. Most never returned. One article included photographs. Benjamin scrolled through them. Grainy black and white images of families, fishing boats, simple wooden structures. And then he stopped scrolling. The photograph was dated 1941, taken by a visiting missionary. It showed a group of women in traditional clothing standing near the lakeshore. In the back row, partially obscured by the others, was a young woman in a white kimono. The caption identified her as Emiko Nakamura, age 23, who had died under mysterious circumstances in September 1941, just months before the evacuation. The resemblance to the figure Benjamin had seen on the trail was unmistakable. He clicked on the article about Emiko Nakamura's death. The details were sparse. She'd been found in the forest near what was now the Spruce Railroad Trail, dead of exposure despite the warm September weather. Local authorities had ruled it suicide, but the Japanese community had insisted otherwise. They'd claimed she was murdered, that her death was the result of anti-Japanese sentiment that was already running high before Pearl Harbor. There had been an investigation, but nothing conclusive. Emiko had been buried in a small cemetery that the community maintained, and then a year later everyone had been sent to internment camps, and the cemetery had been abandoned, eventually consumed by the forest as the land returned to federal control. Benjamin sat back in his chair, his mind racing. A Uri. That's what he'd seen. A vengeful spirit from Japanese folklore, the ghost of someone who'd died with extreme trauma or injustice, unable to rest. Uri appeared as they had at death. Emiko's white kimono would have been her funeral clothing. They manifested in places connected to their death or their anguish, and they were known for their obsessive focus on whatever wrong had been done to them. But Uri were stories, folk tales. They weren't real, except Benjamin had seen her, had felt the cold that accompanied her presence, had experienced the primal terror that his sensitivity recognized as genuine supernatural danger. He looked at the photograph again, frame 14, taken days before Kayla Morrison disappeared. Had Kayla seen the Uri too? Was that what had happened to her? The research proposal suggested she'd been investigating the old Japanese settlement. She would have found the same historical articles, maybe made the same connections. Had she gone looking for the abandoned cemetery? Had she found something that triggered Emiko's manifestation? Benjamin's radio crackled to life, static at first, then a voice, female speaking Japanese. The words were rapid, urgent, repeating in a loop. He didn't understand the language, but the emotion was clear. Rage, grief, an accusation or a curse, spoken with such venom that the radio speaker distorted. Then English breaking through the Japanese. "Help me." Kayla Morrison's voice, distant and hollow. "Please, help me. She won't let me." Static drowned out the rest. Benjamin grabbed the radio. "Kayla? Kayla Morrison, where are you?" The Japanese voice again, louder now, the words bleeding together into a sound that was no longer quite language. The radio speaker started smoking. Benjamin dropped it as the plastic casing cracked, the components inside melting from heat that shouldn't have been possible from a simple battery-powered device. The Japanese voice continued even as the radio died, echoing from the walls of the station, from the windows, from inside Benjamin's own head. The lights went out. Emergency backup should have kicked in immediately, but the station remained dark. Benjamin grabbed his flashlight, but when he pressed the switch, nothing happened. Dead battery. Impossible. He'd checked it an hour ago. He fumbled for his backup light, clicked it on. The beam was weak, barely penetrating the darkness. Something moved past the window. A flash of white fabric, long black hair. Benjamin's sensitivity exploded with warning so intense it was physically painful, like knives scraping along every nerve. She was here. Emiko Nakamura's Yurei had followed him from the trail to the station, and now she was outside, circling, looking for a way in. The temperature inside the station dropped. Benjamin could see his breath. Ice formed on the inside of the windows, crystalline patterns spreading across the glass like fractures. He backed toward the center of the room, his weak flashlight beam darting from window to window. White fabric flashed past each one in turn, impossibly fast movement, or multiple figures, or the same figure existing in multiple places simultaneously. The front door handle turned, slowly, deliberately. Benjamin had locked it. He was certain he'd locked it. But the handle continued turning, the lock mechanism clicking uselessly. The door swung open. Emiko Nakamura stood in the doorway. Her kimono was pristine now, the white fabric glowing with that same phosphorescent light. Her hair hung in perfect black sheets, parted slightly over her face. Benjamin could see her eyes through the gaps, dark pools that reflected his flashlight beam like an animal's eyes catching headlights. Her mouth opened, revealing darkness inside, and she spoke. "Tasukete, help me." But it wasn't her voice. It was Kayla Morrison's voice coming from the Yurei's mouth, distorted and wrong, like audio played through corrupted speakers. Benjamin's training had nothing for this. His rational mind had nothing for this. Only his sensitivity had an answer, and that answer was pure primal terror. But beneath the terror was something else, a strange clarity. The Yurei wasn't here for him. She was here because of Kayla. Because Kayla had disturbed something, discovered something, and now she was trapped. "Where is she?" Benjamin's voice shook. "Where's Kayla Morrison?" Emiko tilted her head at an angle that would have broken a living person's neck. Her mouth moved, but the sound came from everywhere, echoing off the walls. She sought truth. She found burden. Now she carries what I cannot release. What burden? What truth? The Yurei glided forward, her feet not quite touching the floor. Benjamin backed away until he hit the desk. Emiko raised one hand, her fingers too long and too pale, and pointed at the laptop. The screen flickered to life despite being closed. It opened on its own, the display showing not the desktop but photographs. Dozens of them, hundreds, scrolling rapidly. All showing the same scene from different angles. A grave, overgrown and forgotten, marked with a simple wooden post. "He burned the truth," Emiko's voice said through Kayla's throat. "He buried the lie. She dug too deep." The photograph stopped scrolling, freezing on a single image. The grave marker was visible now, the kanji carved into the wood still legible despite decades of weathering. Benjamin couldn't read it, but the date was clear. September 1941. Emiko Nakamura's grave. The screen changed. New photographs now, recent ones, clearly taken by Kayla Morrison on her digital camera. They showed the same grave excavated, the wooden marker lying beside a disturbed patch of earth, and in the hole where the grave should have been, nothing. Empty earth, no bones, no evidence of burial. The grave was false. "He told them suicide," Emiko said. "He told them shame. He buried nothing. He hid everything." Benjamin understood. Emiko Nakamura hadn't committed suicide. She'd been murdered, and whoever killed her had claimed she'd buried herself in shame when in reality there had been no burial at all. Her body had been hidden somewhere else, her grave a lie, and the truth had been lost when the Japanese community was forced into internment camps. Everyone who'd known the truth had been scattered or silenced. For 70 years, Emiko's yurei had remained unable to rest because she'd never been properly mourned, never been given the rights that her culture demanded. And Kayla Morrison had found the empty grave, had disturbed it, had triggered something. "Where is Kayla?" Benjamin asked again. Emiko's figure began to flicker like a corrupted video signal. Behind her, the doorway showed not the parking area but something else. A forest that looked almost but not quite like the Olympic rainforest. The trees were too dense, the darkness too complete. And hanging from the branches were strips of white fabric, hundreds of them, like prayer papers or funeral markers. "She walks where I walk," Emiko said. "She sees what I see. She cannot leave until I can leave. You understand, you feel?" His sensitivity. She was talking about his sensitivity. She knew he could feel the wrongness, could perceive what others couldn't. That's why she'd appeared in his photograph. Why she'd led him here. She needed someone who could bridge both worlds, the rational and the supernatural. "How do I help her?" Benjamin asked. "How do I help both of you?" "Find the bones." Emiko's voice was fading, becoming harder to hear over a sound like wind through trees. "Give them proper rest, tell the truth, let me go." "Where are the bones?" The yurei's mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, revealing not darkness now but a glimpse of that other forest, the one behind her in the doorway. And hanging from a Sitka spruce in that impossible forest was Kayla Morrison, suspended by strips of white fabric, her eyes open but unseeing, trapped in the same liminal space where Emiko's spirit remained bound. "Where he left me," Emiko whispered. "Where the water turns black and nothing grows." The yurei vanished. The lights in the station flickered back on. The temperature rose to normal. Benjamin stood alone in the middle of the room, his heart hammering, his hands shaking so badly he had to grip the desk to stay upright. The laptop screen showed only the desktop now, the photographs gone. But they'd been real. He'd seen them. More importantly, his sensitivity had recognized their truth, where the water turns black and nothing grows. Benjamin pulled up a topographic map of the Olympic National Park on his laptop. Lake Crescent was oligotrophic, exceptionally clear and pure, fed by snowmelt and springs. But there were a few places where the water darkened, where the depth increased suddenly, and the bottom dropped away into cold thermoclines where no plants could survive. One such place was the Devil's Punch Bowl, a deep spot on the northern shore not far from where the Spruce Railroad Trail ran. The historical articles had mentioned the Japanese settlement was near there. Before the trail existed, before the railroad, there had been fishing camps along that stretch of shore. The Devil's Punch Bowl would have been known to the community, a dangerous spot where several drownings had occurred over the years. Benjamin grabbed his rain gear and his emergency kit. He took a coil of rope from the supply closet, a waterproof flashlight, and his diving mask from the search and rescue equipment locker. The rational part of his mind told him this was insane, that he should wait for morning, call for backup, let professionals handle it. But he knew with absolute certainty that morning would be too late. Kayla Morrison was trapped in whatever liminal space Emiko's yurei inhabited, and every moment he delayed pushed her further from the world of the living. The rain had lightened to a drizzle when he reached the Devil's Punch Bowl access point, a narrow trail that branched off from the Spruce Railroad Trail and wound down to the lake shore. The water was black under the overcast sky, lapping gently against the rocks. Benjamin could see why the place had earned its name. The shore dropped off sharply here, the water deepening from ankle deep to over 100 feet within just a few yards of the beach. He secured the rope to a sturdy Sitka spruce and tied the other end around his waist. The water would be cold, probably 50 degrees even in October, but he'd searched these waters before in winter conditions. He could handle it. He had to handle it. Benjamin waded into the lake, the cold biting through his waterproof gear. The bottom disappeared beneath him after just 3 steps, and suddenly he was swimming, the rope playing out behind him. He dove, pulling himself down hand over hand along the rope, his flashlight cutting through the murky water. The lake bottom here was a jumble of boulders and sunken logs, creating caves and crevices where light rarely penetrated. His flashlight beam caught something white. Benjamin pulled himself closer. Bones. A skull wedged between 2 rocks. The rest of the skeleton scattered by decades of water movement. And wrapped around the bones, twisted through the rib cage and around the femurs, were strips of white fabric, the remains of a kimono, preserved by the cold, dark water. Emiko Nakamura. Murdered and dumped in the lake 70 years ago, hidden where no one from her community would find her, her grave on land a false marker planted to disguise the crime. Benjamin's lungs were burning. He grabbed the skull carefully, reverently, and kicked toward the surface. He breached gasping, the cold water streaming off his face. The shore was maybe 20 feet away. He swam for it, the skull cradled against his chest, the rope guiding him back. He collapsed on the rocky beach, shivering violently. The skull rested beside him, empty eye sockets staring at the sky. Benjamin pulled out his radio. Miraculously, it worked now. The earlier damage somehow reversed. "This is Ranger Reeves. I need Sayar at the Devil's Punch Bowl. I've found human remains, and I need someone to search for a missing person who may be in critical condition." The response was immediate. Help was coming. Benjamin looked at the skull and whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry no one found you sooner." The air around him changed. Not cold this time, but warm. A presence that his sensitivity registered not as threat, but as release. Emiko Nakamura's Yurei appeared one final time, standing at the water's edge. But she looked different now, younger, her expression peaceful rather than anguished. She bowed deeply, the gesture full of gratitude and relief. Then she turned and walked into the forest, her figure fading with each step until she was gone. The forest lightened, literally lightened, as if a shadow that had been hanging over this stretch of shoreline for 7 decades had finally lifted. Benjamin could hear birds singing. He hadn't even realized they'd been silent. The morning sun broke through the clouds, turning the water of Lake Crescent from black to its usual crystalline blue. SAR arrived within 40 minutes. They found Kayla Morrison half a mile from the Devil's Punch Bowl, unconscious but alive, suffering from severe hypothermia and dehydration. She'd been missing for 8 days, but she looked like she'd been wandering for weeks. Her field notes, recovered from her backpack, documented her discovery of the empty grave and her theories about what had happened to Emiko Nakamura. The last entry was dated October 6th, the day she'd disappeared. "Something is watching me. Something in white. I can hear her crying." Kayla recovered in Seattle after 2 weeks in the hospital. She had no memory of the 8 days she'd been missing, just fragmented images of a dark forest and a woman in white who kept showing her things. Photographs, memories, truths that needed to be witnessed. The doctors attributed her survival to luck and the relatively mild October weather. Benjamin knew better. The remains from the Devil's Punch Bowl were identified through dental records as Emiko Nakamura. The FBI opened a cold case investigation into her death, though the murderer, if he'd ever existed, was long dead himself. Emiko's bones were returned to her surviving family in California, descendants of her brother who'd gone to the internment camps and never returned to Washington. She was given proper funeral rites according to her family's Buddhist traditions and cremated, her ashes scattered in the ocean according to her brother's wishes. Benjamin wrote a detailed report about finding the remains, carefully omitting any mention of Uri or supernatural manifestations. He stuck to the facts that could be verified, the historical research that had led him to search the Devil's Punch Bowl, the evidence of an old crime, the successful recovery of a missing person. His supervisors praised his dedication and intuition. The Seattle Times ran a story about the ranger who'd solved a 70-year-old murder and saved a missing hiker's life. But Benjamin knew the truth. He'd learned that his sensitivity wasn't a curse or a malfunction, but a real perception of genuine phenomena that existed outside the boundaries of scientific rationalism. The walls he'd built to suppress that sensitivity crumbled completely during those hours at the Devil's Punch Bowl, and he'd never been able to rebuild them. Now he felt everything, every cold spot, every place where the boundary between worlds wore thin, every presence that wasn't quite human. He transferred to a different park 6 months later, unable to shake the feeling that the forests around Lake Crescent were watching him, waiting to see if he'd help the next spirit that needed release. His last night at the Fairholme station, he found a photograph slipped under his door. He didn't remember taking it, didn't recognize the location, but in the center of the image, barely visible between two trees, was a figure. Not Emiko Nakamura this time. Someone else. Another face that needed to be found. Another truth that needed to be told. Benjamin looked at the photograph for a long time. Then he filed it carefully in his desk drawer, knowing he'd never stop searching for the stories hidden in the dark places. His sensitivity had made him vulnerable, but it had also made him necessary. Some debts could only be paid by those who could perceive them, and some truths could only be uncovered by people willing to acknowledge that reality was far stranger and more terrible than rational minds wanted to admit. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.